Time for some Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And on Wednesday will be some more Kitten. Alright. Let's see if we can finally finish case 5. Oh, this game is loud. Case 5, part 3 time. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Hope is asleep on the socks. Dun, dun, dun. April 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Defendant lobby. Ah, Gina, how you holding up? Starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Jeannie! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go all this trouble to fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it. The picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this. Ah, you mean this. Photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. Well, isn't that the whole point of this fucking camera? Isn't that the entire fucking point? It's hopeless. Anyone who sees this is gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it was a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it in court. Surely you gotta have your doubts of me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can't. You're a petty thief, not a fucking murderer. Jenny, why won't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, I'd really like to hear from you. Alright then. After we had dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we had a chat up at your office, didn't we? Yeah, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went on the street to the 2-1, you know, the Winnie Bank place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Bakersville. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something that Holmes don't like. Something we don't want people to know, really. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking in the lug with Winnie Bank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winnie Bank's. I just had to know it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea if all this was gonna kick off, did I? Stuck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and then that's when... What do you think you're doing here? What are you doing over here? Yeah, I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. Oh, you're the girl that was here this afternoon. I didn't think my pickpockets went to in for arm robberies. The mental script, have you got here? The home leaves a load of papers with you. A story. I beg your pardon? The honor the something or other. It's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady. I would sooner die than relinquish any of my article belonging to any of my customers. I don't want it. What am I gonna do with it anyways? I just want to see it's here. That's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I don't know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? And then the old code unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, right? The mantle script. Sholmes wasn't lying after all. You did it just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, there's a bit of a kick up on the main shop a bit. The Skulking Brothers arrived at the scene, yes. The Skulking Brothers arrived on the scene, yeah. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in again. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight I don't know about? Think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. Better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back into the shop. I'm back in the storm, like you said, straining me ears in the dark to hear what's going on. Suddenly got a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, you see. So I was about to go in the storeroom myself. Out of the store myself when... Bang, bang. I had a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And there it was, alright. Right at my feet. Laying face down on the floor. Straight to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever shot Mr. Winnybag might come for you. Yeah. So I grabbed the old cool's gun. Figured he'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Winnybag was a gone. It felt funny to me head all of a sudden. Kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. She passed out. Must mean you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cult might still be alive. You tell the police everything like you told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? Unless it was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. Hope. No. Hope. You'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. You stop at the couch. Stop. Stop. Yeah. Who knows what's about to put the real culprit through the mill? Go what there in that. The go was there in the afternoon. That Egbert Benedict bitch. Still remember how he looked at me, like I was none. He was there that day. You don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced he is involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I really appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Bruno's capable hands now, Ginny. Put your nail away. Mr. Naraodo. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. No. Me and McGriddle, we told you were a pack of lies. And even got you bog-trotted off with him. Even though he was the killer. No, I can never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error in judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget the promise you made you a promise. That'll be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? I could be working to get another kid off the hook, and you know it. I was there in your position, Gina. I was the accused in the trial. You were? Before I left Japan, it was a I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. Well, sure, no one will believe me, and it wasn't me who had done it. Oh, Bruno. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and I was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Calm down. Inosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Alright, fine, go away. Leave this to me. All you do is have faith in me and I'll do my best. And then you told him to shut up because I'm doing it. I was so happy I cried. But even then, don't put your nail. Somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. Don't scratch the shirt. But I was wrong. If it was my trial began, it was obvious. Ow, ow, ow. Your nails are no fucking biting. He had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Eh. And since then, I came to realize, if you want to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What do you say? Promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver, no good liar. But you're not like McGriddle. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're a friend, Ginny. Iris. You know better than you think. We come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Oh, Mr. Naruto, I... Sniff. Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head to the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course, thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I know it only too well just how hard it was to pull all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. Ow. My nails. This is it. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Sasato-san. Ow! Stop with the nail. Hope you're watching over me too, partner. No, biting. Stop. April 17th, 1:41 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. No biting. I hereby call this court to order to resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade.
Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness?
Will you stop? Stop. I don't really have a voice for him. The subpoena was delivered to the communication station when the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's pieces of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullying report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, Inspector. The glaring blunder. My voice is a little different today, friend. Yes, hey, pal. Yeah, I can only apologize, my lord.
And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
Must be a big mistake to cross early, me. Very big mistake. She pulls out a gun.
My lord! My lord! The subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Eggert Benedict. Didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and yet, certainly not like this.
Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir.
What voice had? If I knew a Scrooge McDuck voice, that would probably do it for him. What kind of voice can I do for him? Well, I take a quick look at this gate. High-pitched voice? I already did my leprechaun voices for someone special. For McGriddle, so can't use that on him. I don't really know too many voices. So what kind of voice can I do for him? Hello, Governor. Yeah, I'm good. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of society, it's my pleasure to oblige. Kinda hillbilly voice, but okay.
I'll kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer.
Mr. Green and I both work at London Central Communication Station. Now, perchance, someone will kindly tell me what this is all about?
You were apprised of the situation at a court, officer. On your way here, I presume.
Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker on Baker Street? Some nonsense about me being there in the night in question?
This is the accusation, indeed.
I'm doing my double voice on him. It's really beyond a joke, you know?
Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. And you will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
Gladly, my lord, gladly.
Witness testimony.
The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make the pawnbroker services from time to time. But you're seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into a place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting such outrageous accusation. But if certain parties present here claim that my blood was found at the scene, some scaremouth detective's homebrewing tincture can be hardly taken as serious evidence.
So, you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy
is the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands a just juries will be upheld.
Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today.
Hope. By golly.
How long am I expected to be detained here?
Hope.
Down.
If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in the matter has not been established, you'll be free to leave immediately.
Hope. Stop. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Small consolation, at least. Hope. No. Hope, will you stop? Stop!
Let's not hold you any longer, Mr. Graydon. The necessary counsel, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Stop with the cables. So we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon?
My apologies. You are?
Inosuke Naruhodo. We have met. Down.
If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté.
Oh! Stop. Stop. Stop with the cables. So. Ugh.
I trust we can conclude this quickly.
Will you stop? Stop.
Ugh.
Stop biting. When I sit here, sit the other way. Look forward. There.
Cross-examination.
No.
The accusation. I say, I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do it.
Stop.
Naturally, I have the occasion to make a pawnbroker services from time to time. I am a member of London, after all.
Hold it!
Yes, we even met at the very pawnbroker where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Stop. 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 Alright, one last thing here before I set my gathers and stop. Stop scratching the couch. Stop. Stop or I'll hold you. Though, of course, you were introducing yourself by a different name at the time. Stop with the couch. It was Mr. Egbert Benedict. The witness is here to testify about the events that took place that night. Tell me what made you... Alright, once I catch up with the stuff I have to do in this game, I'll be free to devote my attention. He is under no obligation to answer unrelated questions. $14. And the last thing here. Maximize my points. 2 donations. Nah. You can't be serious. Thank you. You gotta do certain not feel inclined to answer such inappropriate questions. So the first part of the bus. So he's going to be evasive, is he? It's an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. Is there level 7 wood? Just that one? There's a lot of level 5 gas here. But you're suggesting I could collude with these thugs to break the place on the night of the murder? Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No. No, I don't associate with criminals. They may associate with me, but I don't associate with them. That's what my mama always told me. Said by a man who introduced himself as Mr. Eggert Benedict. If you'd like to know who I have to thank for this, who made the outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer over there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was to permit an outsider to work in the British court anyways? Gaijin? How dare you get that Gaijin in here? Wait, no, that's reverse racism. That's what Japanese say about everyone else. Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation. That's what my mama always said. Don't admit anything. Hold it! Where were you around the time of 1 in the morning the night in question, sir? That is past the hour which I normally retire. Kind of peeking at him. Certainly. I was not accompanied by these rapscallions. Like rich white woman. You able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen here, my little Nipponese friend. You appear to be under gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. The accusation is the witness was present at the scene. Then the obligation lies with you to prove the assertion. You will fulfill the obligation before putting more unreasonable questions to the witness. Hope. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Well, I could do that. In a certain parties here claim to be my blood was found at the scene. Your blood was at the scene. Down. Down. Stop. Hope. Stop. 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 Let go of the mouse. Stop. Stop. Stop, or you're going to timeout. You're giving yourself now a 5-minute timeout here. 5-minute timeout. If you don't calm down, you can go in the box. Even though yesterday she was sleeping there. See? No. No. No biting. Calm down, Hope. Alright, we're done with the game for now. Everything here has been solved. I did my my gathers for the reset time in 1 hour. Hope is being annoying still, though. Calm down. Yep, you don't like being upside down. That's why it's timeout. 5-minute timeout. Stop. Certain parties here claim that my blood was found on the scene. We have proof that your blood was found on the scene. Blood was found on the scene of crime, there's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis probably identified the substance as such. Stop. Stop biting, or you're going in the box. But am I not the only human to be running around blood running through my veins, am I? I can be sure that blood is mine. It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has been slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate between the samples by... Spare me the science lesson. We don't believe in such thing. This is why I'm inventing a Republican Party. No such thing as science. According to my Bible. Stop. Who is this Sholmes character anyways? Oh, I assume all Londoners would know that name. He's a renowned detective. Calm. You have 2 minutes to go. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, aren't we? You hear that vibration? The controller. Counsel of the defense thinks the British courtroom is an appropriate place for fairy tales, does he? This is so unfair. Chemical test is based on solid science. Really, and I know what we're doing. Trouble is, unless the technique can be independently verified, we'll never get beyond this man's flashy stick waving. We're almost done. You have 1 minute left. Granted, this is a very colorful alchemy. Perhaps it will make a good souvenir for your uneducated friends back home in the East. Something riled him up there. Just for a moment, Mr. Great, and let his feathers get ruffled. Well, a souvenir is all good for. No biting. If you're lucky, I'm not giving you an hour on the box for that. No biting. That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it? I missed the last point. What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. I think the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. Seems to think the more he says, the better. Stop. 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 Play with your tail. Alright, it's been 5 minutes. Even though I should extend your timeout. You can go. Alright. Now you get the timeout box. She had just finished her timeout. And then decided to fucking bite. So, Timeout box. Not only did you get to spend 5 minutes upside down, you go back to the timeout box. First time for today. Every time she also goes in the timeout box, that's -1 fucking treat. So from 5, she's down to 4. Up to 6, but normally with that. Like, honestly, I should take another way for the fucking bite. Yep, she's down to 3. 1 for the bite, 1 for being timeout. Gonna get a way to get more information on Masala, but compared to the burgers beside him, he seems innocent as a child. Or perhaps the skulking burgers might be the key here. Oh, could it be somehow? Remember, if he can't prove the witness has some connection to the incident here, he'll be free to leave. Yeah, I know. I can't have that happen. So those statements again, see if there's anything way I can make one of them tell us more. Alright, we didn't actually press this last statement. Also, I keep staring. Some scratch amount of Texas homebrew and Hickshaw can't hardly be taken as serious evidence. Hold it! Don't forget, sir. Mr. Sherlock Holmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, huh? Oh no, I can't think of how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but, well, it turned out to be a pack of lies. Yeah. Quite. Now, as you're no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information network. They're looking at him with admiration, aren't they? My work there is of paramount importance, and you kept me from it far long enough already. Matter is, what do you think, Bruno? That's looking might be the key there. Okay, so remember. Yeah, none of them did say anything special. Well, we have proof his blood was there. Well, she ripped that shit from his hand. Let's try. Mr. Nashgold, you have something to add? Hey, what? Something that was said just now appears to have got you thinking. Oh, well, yeah, I was just thinking about me bruv, Skulky. One you lost touch with. Yeah, Cora could be right a nasty piece of work sometimes, you know, that one. And he used to nab me a share of grub whenever we had anything to eat. Does sound like a very mean man. Oi! What are you looking at me for, Sunshine? Let's try to have one. There's no way he's colluding with them. Hold it! Colluded with these thugs. Never seen them. This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. After Benedict. Like to know what I have to thank for this? Outlandish accusation against me. Both kind of blushing.
Excuse me.
Mr. Ringo. Something got you thinking? Well, yeah. I think I'm my bro, Sulky. Just give me a share of his grub when you had to eat. Very kind man. Get out of it! These chips are mine. I'm not sharing. Hey, pal. I'm not sharing.
Hold it! Objection!
I went too far. It's an inappropriate question.
Hold it!
Not serious, just suggesting I colluded with them. Also, they're criminals. I'm gonna touch it of admitting such outlandish claims, so let's try that.
Hold it!
Where were you at 1 in the morning at that time? I was not in their company.
Objection!
Well, so he's at the scene and lies to me.
Hold it!
You know, certain parts right here. That could be their blood. Great tales. Now you're in the realm of fairy tales. Oh, so now he actually has something. Great detective. You're the fucker that's shot him, isn't it? That was new.
Excuse me!
You have something to say about that, Mr. Sulkin? Mr. Sulkin? Hey, what, me? No, Mr. Sulkin next to you. Not that one, right, but I had up to here with this. How many times I have to tell you? Hey, yes, I know. You're not the big bro Skulky. Meant the other one. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Hey, Core Blimey Cliff. What? It's not the case though, Mr. Graydon spoke. A thought went to your mind. What would you care to share that thought with the court? Hey, me thoughts. I don't have any of them. That must have been him. You what? I have no such thing as thoughts. Yes, Nash, answer the question, please. What went through your mind, Mr. Grayson just spoke? Nothing, honestly, God, nothing. It's just thinking. If he waves his arms around like that much more, I'll open up the wound, that's all. You fucker. He'll open up the wound. What wound? The gunshot wound. Well, you took the bullet, of course. Just 2 days ago. He ain't gonna be healed up yet. So that was, well, you know, I was worried oh, shit. Oh, hell's bells. Oh, Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? Why are you holding your shoulder? What? Why are you holding your shoulder? Your camera is worried about you, it seems. On the account of your injured arm. Me lord. Me lord, we don't take kindly to that stuff around here. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea who the two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't have to be expected to answer anything in relation to this mindless insinuations. You know, sometimes someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet in the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you allow the court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm you're certainly clasping in your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. We don't take kindly to that around here. You have shown no evidence that links me to these common thieves. Yeah, and according to I'm not obliged to permit such invasion of my privacy. Judge, can you make him take his fucking jacket off? As I said already, I'm completely uninvolved in this. There ain't anything to do with that pawnbroker or this fellow who killed the server. Take offense to the insinuation that was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do, Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery. My lord, offense would like the last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Final testimony. Well, there had anything to do with the pawnbroker establishment the man killed himself was killed. Yeah? What about the disc, huh?
Hold it!
We'll press and then we'll actually present. You never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, not a complete stranger to pawnbrokers. Currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. No idea what you're talking about? Hey, now you have something to say.
Excuse me.
You have something to add, Inspector? Hey? Hey, pal. Come again, Sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes. I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbroker in the afternoon. You, that young Japanese assistant, and that the accused were all present, I recall. And at the time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? Nani? But you must. Not gonna lie and pretend I remember something I don't. What's going on here? Greggsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras the Hurleys installed in the Windybanks. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Indeed. Indeed. This gentleman's picture with a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Oh, we don't have this picture. At 11 a.m. Exactly, which proves the Graydon was at the shop in the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. Actually, you have been trying. I merely entered the pawnbroker to peruse articles on sale and have a word with the broker.
None more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graham might be trying to cover his tracks. Well, Gregson will be trying to avoid giving the testimony about what happened. Because he escaped. That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? Oh wait, let me skip something. Yes, they're the key to it all. He says nothing to live Max. Well, we don't know that's not true. Perhaps we get time to look a proper look at the court record. Good idea. Never know what tiny scraps of information might become valuable weapon. That's where we gotta present. You just said you had nothing to do with it. And this disc proves otherwise. Hey, what about the other photograph? And you had tried to take this. The coat. I want to do both, technically, but I feel that this is the better evidence. What are you gonna do, eh?
Objection!
Let's consider an implication of the statement for a second, shall we? What implications, counsel? Nothing strikes me about it. Oh, exactly. There's nothing striking about it. What will strike me is your propensity for the inane, however. I need to clear my head and come out with a different angle. Yep, so you were there that afternoon, bitch, because you got cut on the fucking disc. And there goes the music. Told you that's the better evidence. Have you seen this disc before, Mr. Greedon? Why? Supposed to mean something? Well, this disc was on the day of the murder in pawn in Mr. Winniebank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. That was you. That somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Greydon? As if I have to reiterate it numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I have never seen that disc before in my life. Oh yeah? Let's check your hand then. They may escape your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. Oh yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny bumps. And in the skirmish acquiring the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it to minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of the skirmish in the form of a smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refuse to allow the court offer to examine your arm before? Are you going to refuse to allow them to examine your thumb? Because I have no intention of I have no doubt it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Ugh. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What? What is the meaning of this? Nani? Nani? So you admit it now. You're just scratching your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order! Order! Order in the head! Future on. I'll never let that die. Well, Mr. Graydon. Yeah, this fucking stings. It would appear that something has been misunderstood here. Should have washed out the scratch right after it happened, but she still has 39 minutes ago. I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it. Nope, quite the reverse. And what are you trying to say now? He's gonna start bleeding through his shirt. It's really quite simple. The disc was mine from the onset. So some crime of taking something that you pawned? What? Nani? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker murder. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying for McGirdle, but that item belongs to me. Damn Shitego was stolen from me on the day of the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. Proceeded to the shop in order to explain my situation to redeem the article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGirdle, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted for a distinctly messy murder? Yeah, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord. Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGirdle and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. It's a kind of Mr. Mackey voice. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Order! Whoa. Certainly did not expect to hear that name uttered here in the courtroom again. My courtroom. According to what Gina told us, this was placed in the pawn on the fateful night of the murder 2 months ago. McGirdle himself gave instructions to deposit it into winning bags. It's funny that Mr. Graydon is here claiming that this belongs to him, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Minibags in order to get his hands on McGirdle's disc for some reason. That's the name we gave him. That's why he's going to be called forever. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Nah, we're good. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying for McGirdle, but the item belongs to me. Everything belongs to me, no matter what it is. Or who it is. It's a kind of Mr. Mackey voice. It's not fully Mr. Mackey, but it's kind of Mr. Mackey. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, communications officers such as myself commands a fine salary. Now they're not staring at him. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So, you see, I little need to use the services provided by the pawnbroker trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse while on an errand. So I pawned my fine black coat to the pawnbroker in question. You claim it was your overcoat? Obviously. In my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in the pocket. And yet, there was a note that reads, for McGirdle. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met McGirdle at the Gentleman's Club in the city. Nope, you're staying there. You had time out, and now you're having a real time out again. from Mr. Gentleman's Club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared a perchance in the area. So, the disc is in question. It's a pre-production sample. Promise to let McGriddle hear it. But then you forgot it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of this in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGriddle had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Then Jamaica was stolen from me by filthy accused. That filthy gutterling on the day in question. We have evidence to prove otherwise.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted a ticket from your pocket or bag? From my ass, yes she did. Yeah, that's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking the insaviorless areas of her kind frequent. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but that girl's a regular offender. You came to pawnbroker that day to prepare with all information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to the Winnie Banks. Get your hand on Mr. McGriddle's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is very veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Conjecture with evidence. Yes, my lord. Then I'll continue with my testimony for what possible use it could be. I have proof. I don't need to conjecture. Proceeded to at once to the shop in order to explain my situation, redeem the article. Had you ever been to Winnie Banks before? Only once for that purpose of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing such establishments. So when you notice the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chase after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. Didn't notice her first, of course, thing such as the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokers at once in order to claim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say that what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on it. Yes, we do. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yep, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. That was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has to do with the collection of Mr. McGriddle as evidence. Uh-huh. Yeah, something to add.
Excuse me!
Something wrong, Inspector? Eh, well, what do you mean? Last remark, Mr. Grada made his testimony seem to trouble you in some way. Eh, no, it didn't. Hey, pal. It's nothing. Leave it be. Leave it alone. Let me ask this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGriddle's possessions? Can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigating secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGriddle, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. Man renowned throughout the capital for great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side, too. What are you going on with this, Van Zeeks? Hey, what are you going on with this, Van Zeeks? Wrong voice. I suppose the police are dealing with these aftermath of his nefarious activities, aren't they? Yeah, that's enough. Hey, pal, that's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Sir Lord Strongheart, I presume. Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Hey, pal, the bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need the Lord Strongheart paw print first. Signature? What's all this about? There's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it appears an inspector has revealed all that he has at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had no reason to break into the shop later that night.
Hold it!
But perhaps he did have something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh? A valuer has brought in the public in by police assess everything in the shop. By exception, every article in the shelves are as common or garden brick. In that case, it's clear that you broke in the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGriddle's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Ever since I wanted to recover that disc, you may recall that I had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop that night, and I kept saying I had no reason to break in. There's nothing of McGriddle's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. Wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see how irritating, absurd expression of his crumble. McGriddle slipped the disc into the coat pocket and had it deposited in the wedding bags. Then he realized what was going on. The arrest of suspicion of omnibus murder. Threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. The witness was lying through his teeth. Pearly white teeth. Police were obviously after anything left behind by McGriddle as well. Inspector Gregson ended up talking about the disc in custody that day. But Greg seems being a bit strange about this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. Just don't know what it is. Ready to focus on the fact that Mr. Grayson is lying in his testimony. You'll still press use. Is this our evidence?
Objection!
Yep. But this was deposited in the winning bag by Magnus McGriddle's instructions. You knew that you went to the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. If any case that this was taken into custody by police afternoon. Witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night.
Objection!
Shut up, bitch. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? For Mr. McGriddle had another article at in pawn at the Winnie Banks. And this is the second pawnbroker's ticket proves. And there were two articles belonging to McGriddle and Winnie Banks pawnbroker. The reason you broke in the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Yeah. This is the second ticket, is it? Why had the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting I broke into a pawn shop and Are you suggesting I broke into a pawn shop with these two clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there's an adequate grounds to suspect you did. This is absurd, man. Why on earth would I go to such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could have simply walked in the shop and purchased it. There's certainly no need to resort to that theft. Good point, but you don't know what it looks like. You don't even know what it was. Indeed, a witness makes a solid argument. But you didn't know what the item was. So that means that for some reason, the Great Ace fellow needed the small box in the very night, doesn't it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. You be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks. I do hate to rid my lunar friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. The night in question, the little small box was taken from Winniebank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints of the court, you please. Yes, sir. What prints? Yep. Hey, pal. These prints were taken from the detective's security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed camcorders again. Recorders. As previously explained in the plan of the shop layout. Establishment had furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. To capture the counter, measure to customers, and one was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed in the cell. Forfeit. According, on the shelves, according to that. According to the information on this ticket, the girl's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, 9 p.m. on the 13th of April, to be precise. Which means they would have just been on the shelves and the forfeited items on proper shelf. Now, I've been here to print taken from one of the cameras 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 p.m. on the 15th of April. Okay, that's one. Where's the other one? The victim appeared... the victim appeared at a very full shop, it would appear. There we have another print. And then we have another print. Taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see. So two pictures to compare. Hint, hint. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. It's the same perspective, but has anything changed? Plate. The plate appears to be about the same. Same with those books. I'm not noticing anything, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boxes on the top. Line up with that, so yeah, that seems to be the same. Oh, I see it. I see it. The bottom right shelf next to that wooden thing. See the metal canister? It's in the middle on the left. On the right, it's all the way to the right. Something was moved. I found it. Everything else appears to be the same. Something was moved from the bottom right. Though I must say, placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously. Scotland Yard was considered a death as one of the possible motive case. It's very possible that there's something to do with taking into account of the victim's life. Give me my evidence, damn it.
So your men already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector. Well, you failed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, pal. Got every single item on these two photographic prints. Counted, but you didn't look at them. And Scotland Yard's conclusion is exactly the same number of items are both present. That's correct.
Err.
In other words, nothing was taken from pawnbrokers that night in question.
Are you sure, bitch?
I have evidence to the contrary. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ugh.
I don't believe it. I could just have shown that he's stolen Miss Griddle's pawn box.
He'll start bleeding.
Might be able to break down at last.
You know what, Rudo? I've been thinking.
Uh-huh.
One of these two photographs really are exactly the same. They're not.
What?
Nani?
So, Counsel, in light of the new evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Seems that in fact at the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
Fuck no, bitch.
I don't know.
Be a hidden discrepancy in these two photographs somewhere? Yes.
Point out the discrepancy.
Wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy in these two prints. Uh-huh.
Nani? What? You must identify location in question for the court, Counsel. Indicate the precise location of discrepancy in which you speak.
Right there.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
What? What?
Hey, pal, what?
You're almost done.
When you view the two pictures in stereoscopically, that little canister is moved.
Uh-huh.
A single area stands out for being different. The location of this small box.
He's right.
Wait. Unbelievable. Yep, he has a rich thing too. But we don't have the prints, so we couldn't actually do that. They weren't given to us. So you had to actually manually look at them. And he's viewing them through that.
By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary.
And he has a copy too. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGriddle's small box is indeed not stolen from the Windy Banks for the night in question. It was already looted. However, there could be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that this small box originally deposited by Mr. McGriddle is in fact?
Yes, it's the very same small box, just identified by those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, nothing has changed. Did you open the box, though? How do you know if nothing was stolen, bitch? That may be true, but... Alright, McGriddle's box wasn't stolen, then it was open. The fact that it wasn't moved like that before changed things. It changes everything. It was moved because they fucking opened it. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can this be possible? Possibly be? The crucial point of the fact is that the box was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside the box. Hint, hint. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. Vital piece of evidence sitting on the shelves in Winnie Banks as we speak.
Objection.
That won't be necessary. That some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
This is part 4. You got 10 more minutes.
We shall have a report within an hour. Think perhaps we should take our recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. Are you drunk?
There's nothing but a smokescreen. Little Nipponese specialty, it would seem.
What are you trying to say?
My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGriddle from the pawnbroker. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have enough value to be worth stealing in the first place.
You never looked in the box, did you, you son of a bitch? So you don't know what's the fucking inside.
Exactly.
Exactly. Exactly. What was his voice?
Shit. I lost his voice.
Exactly. It would appear beyond a simple
It's not his voice exactly that I had.
It would appear beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such a commonplace property. It would appear... It would be beyond... Enough. It would be beyond stupid to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such a contemporary property.
That's kind of his voice.
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGriddle perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. Trial which he was found not guilty. Trial which it was established that he was an upstanding member of society's reputation implied effect. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles of upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. Black overcoat just happened to have a music box disc in the pockets and a small box.
That's his voice.
I assured you, I wouldn't even accept that man if the man had tried to make a gift of such things to me.
You know, that does make a lot of sense. That was Mr. Golden Jewels, was it? Can't possibly catch your pawnbroker concern. How do you know there wasn't a jewel inside it?
Prosecution argument is undeniably compelling. The gold of jewels, though, goodness knows McGriddle was rich enough. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster his argument. Well, how do you know there weren't jewels in it? Did your detectives open the box? To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawn in the fine citizen would it? Well, Consul, it is your argument, in fact, demonstrable. We show proof that the disc or the box were in any sensible related to this case. Well, alright, so how can we prove it? Stab wound in the abdomen. With the witness testimony, however, surprise fourth witness testimony resulted in insufficient evidence. It's connected because of this. One article was pawned on that day. What's the matter, Runo? You know that they're related, don't we? Both final pieces of evidence. But he's gonna have to out Gina. Yes, of course. And I both know that. We know McGriddle's true character, and we know that the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGriddle's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. And the defense's argument was flawed, but based on false information. Well, you didn't have proof that he was or wasn't it? Oh no. And that would mean Gina committed perjury. But Ginny, could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe this could be the great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean? Ours. Well, this is what you always say, Bruno. Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGriddle has deposited in Winnie Banks. Something only Gina can explain to the court. If I put her on the stand to testify about that, it'll be critically damaging our chances of winning this case. It's the right thing to do here. We have to have her testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, Consul? You want to make lunch? We haven't eaten yet. Well, the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGriddle's small box. I'd like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? Do you want to make some lunch for her? It has to do with various articles deposited at the Winnie Banks by Mr. McGriddle, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it will be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. Prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you have considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. Particularly the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. He knows. I have. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain the last remark? The prosecution accepts the defendant's proposal. To interrupt the cross-examination, the current witness is to hear from the accused herself. Very well. If you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
You witnesses currently on the stand may step down until further notice. For the moment. Then I shall bid you... Hey, then I shall bid you a good day, eh? Hey, you're not leaving. Wait. Wait. You, sir, shall remain on the stand while Mrs. Strahd testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. And it's time for you both to get out of your timeout. Stop being annoying. And she's hungry. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. Articles that Mr. Magruder had deposited in the Winnipeg pawnbrokery are intimately related to the omnibus case of the trial that was heard in the courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember the young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. The testimony helped establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. Magriddle. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we are again, the same players at a trial face each other once more. Twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend? Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. Old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running alongside London's winter streets. Ooh. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. Magriddle. Naturally, he wasn't the prime suspect for the murder. As the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. The murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head in the roof deck, body then being dropped in the skylight from the carriage below. It was Mrs. Strahd whose testimony brought the possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Mrs. Strahd was concealed underneath the carriage seat, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Immediately after the trial after being acquitted of the murder, Mr. Magriddle died in the very courtroom in the most extraordinary circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. Well, the evidence burned down, so I would assume so. Ooh, my burger's cold. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the proceedings of those court. Mrs. Strahd, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean, I don't know what you mean. That's all I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from the inside of your prison cell? Eh? Please, Mrs. Strahd. This is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. Eh? And naturally, you lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris? We're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it was seeing my learned friend. He's hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down to it about his ears, albeit.
Must confess I am struggling to understand what the nerf is happening here. Damn. However, it appeared that Mr. McGriddle's pawn articles in the extraordinary case on Omnibus harbor secrets which you have been hereto unaware. Down, Oak. Down. Down. So, Miss Lestrade, you now give your testimony before the court about events 2 months ago. No. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it. Everything is gonna come out.
Hope.
Stop. This could bring the whole courtroom about to my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take the risk. Witness testimony. The real truth of the omnibus case. Hope! Don't play with the cables. Through. Truth is, that brickmaker cove was in a cabin with the omnibus the whole time. The Irishman dragged me out of the under seat. I saw a disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and a pair of roof deck went off and called the slops. And the girl slipped the diver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop around. Threatened me not to snitch. No, say nothing no else would have seen or heard. Nope. That's basically it.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears no resemblance to your original testimony 2 months ago. How do you remember it?
As you say, my lord.
Down. Then there's the every chance may have educated an error in Mr. McGriddle's trial. Hope.
Oh.
Sounds very much to me as the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up a most wicked crime. Of schemes.
Without a doubt, Lord. Your lordship is correct. Hope! No, stop. Stop. Lay in the bed. A great injustice was done 2 months ago. The actions they accused in the trial of the witness and my learned free error were entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. And McGriddle fellow was rotten to the core, just like the pickpocket. The lawyer from the east, they were all in it together. You're wrong, the lot of you, Mr. Naruto, lawyer. You didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Expect me to believe that. He really stitched everything up, didn't he? Operation the man got off scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. Lies to stop. Stop. Shut up. Yes, the defense made a terrible error in judgment. Then to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences deemed appropriate. You did your job and defended the man. What the fuck? And the prosecution failed. However, apparently the court allows the witness to collaborate on their testimony. Because the true statements of McGriddle's pawn articles must be brought to life. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the desolate calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Get the truth about the truth.
Yes, it's back to her. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, the brickmaker code was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time.
This man is overgasped.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in a cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mrs. Stroud? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, it's pitch black under there, so I couldn't see nothing at all. What the fuck is going on here? Fuck is going on here? Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, feel certain that you claimed that Mr. McGurdo was sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me to say. I had to say it. But it's important you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGurdo and the victim's acquaintances? I don't know. But they hear him talking a lot. What are they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well. But if I had to say, I think it was about the money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, it got louder and louder and it started to sound like a proper fight. Pretty scared then. I had dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, a noise like something keeling over on the floor. Spluing loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream? Yeah. That's what gave me away. What are these two fuckers doing in the back?
Hold it!
What are you two doing?
Excuse me.
What are you two fuckers doing? Something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon. Wah! Blimey! Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack! Hey, pal. We whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what's the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one out, shot and shine. I gotta... you think I got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? Shady? And I have nothing to say. What was his voice again? And I have nothing to say then coup for the detective after he deprived me of that disc that's rightfully mine. They've clearly been talking the entire time we've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. You kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witnesses are giving testimony. Yes, I'm sorry, my lord. Hey, pal. Sorry, lord. What were those two talking about? Mr. Stroud, continue with your testimony, please. Alright. Now we can do our testimony. I have a feeling that was important to do. I don't know. But I have a feeling that was important. I will go through this again. You're in a cabin. Then a storage compartment of seats. Answer nothing. If I had to say, see. I had to interrupt their fucking conversation. Hey, this is a fucking courtroom, bitch. Business dealings. And then suddenly, keeling over. gave me away. Then when the Irishman dragged me out from the seat, I saw the disc on the floor.
Hold it!
She hit the door, heard the door, and went and ran that way. Was this?
Sat you in the chair.
Was this the same thing when I had opened the door and the alarm was on? Was this the disc you saw? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It's right next to the cove lying on the floor. But does this guy belong to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGriddle picked it up and pretty smartish. And there he sat in the cove with the knife in the belly up in the seat. And you say what did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I've seen or heard to no one. And about the disc at all. I was dead scared. The way he looked at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with him, I was stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over the head and said a pair of the roof deck called off to call the slops. The pigs. I don't know how the calling cops a pig ever came up. The slops.
Hold it!
Nope. Nope. Down. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats in the roof deck, I believe. That's right. Nothing special yet. The Mad Hatter and the banker, Stern, sure, looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in its guts. And when they screamed, the diver pulled the horses on, and McGriddle got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back on the seat where I started off. As the carriage came to an halt, the two coves on the roof ran off to fetch the slops. And they immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear that they entirely unrelated to the incident. Rope down. So they left Miss McGriddle and the driver. So, Hope, stop that. So they left McGriddle and the driver still at the scene. They left McGriddle in the driver's seat. Down. Did you finish both the chicken sandwiches? And
I ate one, so I'll put the other one in the fridge.
it should be, I think it was two like small fries that came with the coupon. So I left McGriddle and the driver, and you still in the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was in his seat. I heard the cabin door open, a voice from outside. The driver, yes. You testified in the trial, I believe. Yeah, poor old Beeple. A fellow went by the name of Beeple, if memory serves. Wednesday will probably be the same. I don't know if I want to try to get food the night before or something to just kind of save some time.
Yeah, I'm going to have to watch today.
Because I actually got to the place pretty quickly. I got there like 20 minutes after, and then like a few minutes to get the food. Because you could have taken it with you. You could have had the lunch. You could have had the extra one over there when you were waiting.
No, I don't eat two chicken sandwiches.
No, but you could have eaten one and then saved it for like 5 or 6 o'clock to eat the other one. Since there was enough for that. What did McGriddle and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened. Stuff like that, mainly. That's when McGriddle slipped the driver some tin. Do a little run for the pawn shop about. That pawn shop was obviously being Winnie Bank on Baker Street.
Just a moment, Consul. You mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion of the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was on the stand.
Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGriddle took some off his coat and gave it to the driver. He told him up, folded up it all careful like and handed it over. When I saw him do it, I remember thinking, that coat is, and what's in it gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure that this must have been worth more than Winnie Bank was suggesting, wasn't she? Remember her quibbling over the price this afternoon in the pawnbrokery. Driver took all happy when McGriddle flashed some brass in his face. He went off, running in the lick. Then the bot rocker called to me and told me to come out of the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing, no word about no one I've seen or heard. Yep.
Hold it!
Threaten you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scamper if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony to the court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was another thing he said. Which was... He told me if I have to hang with the ticket and the pawnbroker and make sure I not lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
He said if he didn't show up to get the ticket, meaning 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep the lug in the lug. To stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really? Why on earth would Mr. McGriddle have done such a thing? Depositing his own overcoat to a pawnbroker before the police arrived with the police makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What Mr. McGriddle had the driver deposit the win back on something that he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Dot exclamation point!
Anyway, I thought you let me go, so I laid down before the coppers showed.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Consul. I've heard enough. I believe we have now a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
It would appear that on the night 2 months ago, negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiations concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties have all begun to quarrel over a price, McGriddle took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. That which proves my point. This is clearly extremely valuable in some way, though I don't understand what it is yet. Why it is yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGriddle's overcoat and the concert were due to be forfeited. Didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trials. I knew it. I knew that. So you decided to try to claim the articles as your own. Wait on, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, can't blame me for thinking about it. Ain't no crime. Little smirk.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGriddle was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. but I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. Can't blame you for thinking on that. Thinking ain't no crime. Through. My lord. My lord. My lord. My lord. The evidence you requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection cell. That took an hour? Mysterious little box deposited by Mr. Griddle 2 months ago. Now, is this the final part, or are we still in part 3? I had to look up something in the first part, so that's why I know there's 4 parts. I should know it was in the investigation. So I had to look something up because, like, I was missing something obvious and I couldn't fucking advance. Hey, get down from there. Hey! No. Do not scratch my fucking jacket up. No. You can scratch this one up. You can scratch this one up. My TwitchCon one. Mysterious little box deposited by Mr. Griddle 2 months ago. No. So that in my mind is a key piece of this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued. Yep, alright. Final part. Long case, right? 4-part trial. 4-part investigation and 4-part fucking trial. Hope, get out from behind. I told you not to go back there. No. Not only should she go back there, she tears up the fucking couch, and then she fucking reaches to it to scratch. No. A strange box. Stop with the couch. So this is the article in question, is it? Small box deposited by the pawnbroker by Mr. McGriddle 2 months ago. And we never know what was inside. Stop. Stop with the nails. Stop. 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 You bite again, you go back into timeout. The only item on the shelves that was touched by the whatever broke into the pawn shop. Quick, quick! Quick, quick! Let's look inside it. It's probably empty now. What's this? Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling this might be the case. It would appear that box houses a miniature music box movement. Stop with the couch! Stop! Then this is too much to expect. I think it would be reasonable to assume this is a device to play the disc, my lord. Stop! Stop. So we have the means to play back the disc, Mr. McGriddle's disc, deposit at the winning back at the same time. Stop at the couch. Stop. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGriddle's disc. It was a disc of the victim anonymous. Well, why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box to Mr. McGriddle? Entirely possible. What do you think, Van? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Stop. Stop. Stop scratching. Next week, I'm taking you to the fucking vet and you're getting your nails trimmed. Is it wrong to declaw a cat? Especially a house cat? I don't know what declaw is. Like, do they remove the entire nail somehow? Because honestly, this is very annoying. And now she drew blood again. Splashed water on her, she jumped. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Hey, wait, my lord. Hey, pal, wait, my lord. Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? You have no authority here. I'm the authority. The music box and this guy, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere with the courtroom with silly old beat of music. Shut up, you. That this is very well motivated the culprit in the case to commit a murder. Clearly, there is a very chance that this is fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, piece of evidence properly police property now. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but as a policy of the prosecutor, leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector Gregson, you have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Yeah! No further delays, please. Just play the fucking disc. God damn it. Scott is my witness. Hey, look, it fits. Is that a form of Morse code or something? We'll listen to the whole song. It's like halfway done now. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. Nope. It's just the same note playing over and over again as an irregular sequence. Ah. Mr. Graydon? This is priceless. Back in my this is priceless. He's gonna start bleeding from the shoulder. After all that, the music box is broken. But is it? Broken? Can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. The officer sent to fetch it, didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box that this music box offers little in the way of clues. We have a person who can fix it right here. Are you certain? Are you ready to move on, Consul? No. Let Iris fix it. Let Iris fix it. Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Use a big emanating from this box, possibly be a new clue. It could be a clue, yeah. I believe that could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Consul. Mere noise. Fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. Does sound strange, I agree. But there is one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands out shortly, victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound and he's familiar with it somehow. And then making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, Moneypenny's friend, answer me this. Oh. What relevance do you propose this woeful chiming on this, as in the case? It's a code. Defense belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Aha. It's a code. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. You just stopped. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. It must be. Hee hee. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say? You're acting just like Curly, Runo.
Objection!
Shut up, bitch. It sounds like you were hearing, or not necessarily music. Well, now that you told us that they're not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. To enlighten us, my Japanese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be a death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken, yeah? Clearly broken. Reason to accept that as a pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what it is yet. Runo. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it is not broken at all. Really? Really? The way that it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyways. A single note? Thank you, Iris. Single note such as a telegraph? Alright, well, the music box isn't broken. Must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance other than it is a musical. Ask our court stenographer. Ah. Could it be? Is it that what these sounds are? Court stenographer. Something just struck me, Runo. It feels like in the past few hours even. I've heard another sound very much like this one in the music box. Yep, our court stenographer. Yes, it sounds familiar. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm gonna have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that sound produced by his music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Consul? I want to know. The evidence we've seen so far is the testimony we heard. But no, a single answer now. The prosecution demands that Wheeler and Nippany's friend present proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wildest speculation. Proof now, huh? Alright then. This could be the best chance to get where I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna get the fight back in this drought. And I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna join all the dots together. The evidence explains the true nature of the sounds this music box disc is. Gigantic people. The bullet. No. It's a version of this. Pretty sure it's gonna be this. There's nothing else that really makes sense.
Take that!
Weak flap. Obviously, it's this. No. I'm afraid to say, Consul, that you were just being rat optimistic without leading obviously there. If I'm honest, I stumped in my hands as I dumped my hands down just now. I didn't think anything else was going to hurt me even more than the bench. Well, at least one of your inklings was correct then. That arithmetic thing sound the music box makes is definitely familiar somehow. It was like some sort of code. The question is how to show the tingling sound as connection to this case. I should have a good look through the evidence in the court record. Hint, hint. I'm gonna have a good look through the court record too, I think. It's a limited amount of choices. True natures of sound. It's not this. I'm pretty sure it's not this. It's a code, but what else is a code? Ah, yes. The newspaper. The newspaper, yes.
Take that!
Today's paper, Consul. Headline is Pawnbrokers Perishes and Prick Purses Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look at that a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, it's a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard the international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted. No, it's this fucker right here been transmitting and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever's the matter. You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. In the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not very familiar sound? Ding, 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 ding. She's transmitting. You don't mean to say it's all... That's right, madam. It bears more of a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. Ah, I was right. Morse fucking code. Protection has been updated. What do you do, Norton? Crypto enhancements. Safely and easily mine cryptocurrency using AMD graphics card. You can pause your mining and view enhanced balance and payout information. The upgrades immediately upgrade to the compressive protection. Definition to help you protect, okay? But I don't believe it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, you can be no one perfectly placed in a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting the music box disc contains stolen government secrets and Morse code? Order! Order! Order in the head! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council! Deserving of capital punishment! Oh, you were too stupid to recognize it. You... too much new vocabulary. Oh, what is this treason? Capital punishment. Sort of words I half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations will surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGriddle perished. All the important discs laid unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole the information in the first place must have surely have been beside himself in worry. Either this were discovered before it found a way to that of the country, it would reveal the act of high treason, punishable by death. Hope. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, aka the man in white. In order to do that, you have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. Griddle would incriminate too much in the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Oh. No. Hey. You think you damn, I can't play. It's so hard to remember his voice. You think I've been stealing government secrets, do you, eh? No, that's Scottish. No. Stop. Right, you think I've been stealing government secrets, eh? Preposterous. Damn, I can't play his voice. Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. Stop. So in response to the defense accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. Never had to stand in silence until a preposterous foreign lawyer had been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Stop. 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 You can't. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. Response to the accusations brought by the defense. Stop. Delighted. Delighted. I'm sure. Stop scratching the couch. Stop. 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 The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny is a trial. You go into timeout again now. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winniebank. that being the most prestigious offense on which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. It also merits capital punishment. So does theft and everything else. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. Are there any scoundrels? Yeah, let's have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. Yeah, things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's Nat Sulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. And we're main baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what do you call the three Skulkin brothers. And I keep staring at him. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal the confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. Some low-class brickmaker negotiated with the McGriddle anyways. Was it? No relation to the man. And now look all we done here breaking and gaff and other stuff that night like we were told to. We know it was a watchdog government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. That's a short testimony. No scratchy. Dot. Mr. Sulkin. One Mr. to do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? The night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so in a party of 3. Collaboration Mr. Graydon here. Yeah. We did, Governor, we did. Quiet down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what... I have no idea what these... Oh, damn it. Why can't I remember his voice? You need to stop being annoying. Go. I have no idea what these ruffians are referring to. No. Okay, now I have no idea what these ruffians are referring to. No idea what these ruffians are referring to. Yeah. You little rotter, mixing us up with all this monkey business. You'll never nothing to sell a government secret. It was supposed to be a straight up job. These geezer just get what, huh? Oh, broker didn't have to die. The 2 cookies should still be good. I had the last of the chocolate ones, so the 2 chocolate chip ones should still be fresh. Well, the geezer of the shop, eh? Poor broker didn't have to die, eh? Ugh. Nice to know your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. I'm rich, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I admit to it in the court record as evidence now. Small music box. Play a single note, it was deposited in winning bank 2 days ago. Cross-examination. Graydon's counter. See how the 4 McGriddle sits on the music box and man deposited it on the winning banks. It couldn't be more perfectly fit. There's no question then. It was designed to play in this music box. Yet despite that, its sounds produced are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. Just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. We haven't discovered all its secrets yet. Like that lever. Or that. The lever probably plays the music. It's the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sounds, isn't it? Yep, it's movement. It's down thanks to the comb with this teeth that is plugged to the butt. Teeth on the comb are different lengths, so that each one produces a different tone. The comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, does that mean... It means no matter which tooth is plugged, all the goosebumps music play the same sound. I've seen music box do like that before. Strange, a music box that can only play a single note. There's some significance there, truly. How about the manual mechanisms there? It's the same for everything up there. Like she said, we haven't discovered all the secrets yet. What's this button do? Oh! What is it, Bruno? Oh, I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom opens up as well. Ah! You're right. Come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Another. Look at that. There's another movement on the other side. That's right. They said there was 2 discs. So does that mean you can set another disc to play on that backside? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had 2 discs, they will both play back at the same time. So we need the second disc. Ooh, I thought there'd be a second movement underneath the music box. And this movement is like the other one. Combs' teeth are all in the same length. So this movement also produces one single tone like the other one. Yep, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on these 2 combs aren't exactly the same. So the single note produced for that movement will be different to the single note we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes that it produced are different. Boss can only play 2 notes. We need to get a disc. They did say that. What about the second disc? Rand's counter. What do I say? A mere communications officer could possibly steal confidential government information. Well, I say.
Hold it!
So this newspaper headline accurate, the government's secrets are being intercepted. How could I possibly know that? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff at the station where I work would never be entrusted with such sensitive information. Oh, stop. I must say something. Stop. Let me guess. A stenographer? Chair number 5? We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. Mr. Graydon is the team leader. Hint, hint. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in the presence of idol. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? What of it? Damn it. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard, yeah? The 2 are just staring at him. In any case, all messages are enciphered. None of my employees can't possibly understand them. 8, down. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with the ministry. And technician 8, down. technicians, and the Ministry's communications team. You assist them in ensuring that there's no errors in important international communications. Down. He's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row. Now. That's fascinating. Yes, sir. Great inside skill operator stop. Currently in presence vital stop. Hey, don't go up there. I've told you so many times don't. Well, your idol would appreciate if you keep your mouth shut. Dan, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your damn mouth shut. She really should have picked her idols more carefully. I tell you, Sawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sound produced by box aren't exactly anymore. So, hey! Stop. Get off. Stop. Every time you go up there, you drop shit. So stop fucking climbing up there.
Hold it!
Because it's missing the long note, short and long. They're not? To anyone with a brain, they would appear blatantly. Apparently, they're listening to music box for even a few seconds. Stop. Of course, of course. Stop. Pushing her away. Surely you can't be that. My learned friend isn't familiar with Morse code. No. Why would any regular person learn Morse code? Besides for fun. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Heh, heh, heh. Morse code is not taught in school. Stop. Stop. I'll be more happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court. Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Ah. Again, we need the second fucking disc. 2 distinct tone sets. Tones, you say? Yes, a shorter dot and a longer dash. By combining these ways to construct letters. Dot, ding, ding, ding. Stop. Stop. Next time she climbs on that, she's gonna drop everything, and I'm gonna freaking put her back in the damn timeout box. Do not climb up there, you're gonna drop everything. I see. For example, this A this is B. You listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is exactly the same and anything. But there's no discernible meaning for this parent's random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. There's no Morse code. No. You should be surprised. There's a second disc. Come on. Who has the disc? Yeah, you should be surprised, huh? Why did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying the subject more before casing aspirations in the future. Do not bite. Stop. See, she bites, but she doesn't soothe. She's not a rogue cleric. Perhaps you might consider studying the subject more in the future before making aspirations. Stop. Say nothing more, but stop. Oh, this is frustrating, isn't it? Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked in the music box, so many other things would slide in place so nicely. Maybe something I haven't considered? Hurley's copy? Would it be possible to use the music box to somehow play a Morse code? Give it a try. There's every possibility this music box was instrumental in leaking the government secrets. It's believed at the defense, at least. Does that please you to some way, my Japanese friend? Did it please you to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that in Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yep, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Then what? Well, it would appear that the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You better present your idea at once, Consul. It's too early. How do you propose the music box appears to only produce one single tone? Could have been used to cipher messages into Morse code. And now we present this. Present. Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box? What? He's shocked. It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in the same music box, and the sounds of both will play at the same time. Good heavens! As the court just heard, Morse code represents 2 tones, a dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box would be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. This is beyond a joke. It's beyond a joke right here. I'm sorry. This poor excuse of a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if the learning friends were able to present the court with a second disc, it would be another matter. Well, I don't have one. I can't at the moment. And I may remind the court that the witness has pointed out he was not the one on omnibus that Mr. McGriddle 2 months ago striking a deal with the disc and discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. Exactly. That had nothing to do whatsoever. KSE Colonel. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented to the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Between Graydon and the victim of Omnibus case must be somewhere there. Found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your arguments more strength, Bruno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graves. If I must, maintain that. If I must, do I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination? Some low-caste brickmaker negotiated with McGriddle anyways, was it? I have no relation to that man. We had to find the second disc, and it'll probably be presented with this.
Hold it!
No relation, huh? So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGriddle killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. Seemed he lived in the artisan quarter for some years, but people there remember little about him. It doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? Must be somebody involved behind the scenes of all this. Somebody acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. In order to take it to that meeting between Mr. McGriddle and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. All brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
You have nothing more to add on that note. Let us return to the witness testimony. Look, we ain't done breaking the gaff the other night. Like, though he told us.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me, though. We were propping all over the matter all them years, and they brought a doggy job for us. Hey, Ash? Let me stop you right there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Ah. I keep betraying him. You mean to tell me that Mr. McGraydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Yeah, sure. Let's say Graydon's an old China. Ah, yeah, something to add. Old China, huh?
Excuse me.
You have something to add, sir? Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? Not you, the other one. The other Mr. Skulkin. What? Oh, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you a little react. Oh, I just remembered that the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh on the way back to when? Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean, look how he is now, all fancy with a flute like, and if you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was the poor part of the town, like us. That's so. But he was always the learning one. He had the brains and he had the savvy. He always come up with smart ideas that a lot never have thought of in their heads. Go on, blimey. Ain't that the truth? Remember Milton and Merkin's milk run? Skulkins? That was a co-worker, eh? Save it until after trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this court. And neither does your fruit. Oh wait, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? We're answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you down your trip to memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add to testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel? Bro's last sentimental story. It could hold vital information in this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the bros to supplement their testimony with more detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. Skulkin's never skulking. No offense, Skulkin run. I got him there in the good days. Or they were them good days. He's gonna just pull out the second disc, is he?
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? It's a little scheme we had in the back days with youngsters. A little bit fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that was what's about. Sounds alarmingly legitimate. Must be a catch. Since I suppose here I asked him to elaborate, but how? The business model? We'll start with the beginning. So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down on the way, the milkman would come with a cart and deliver milk, see? Stuck your employees outside your front door, he would leave them full again, yeah? So we swoop in on the action. Got people sign up with us. Promise to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on to the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett. Oh, you off your rocker. We ain't nothing. They're bored to have a farm. Right. Now we got him going on a simple. You had simple once you had the idea. We just switched them over. See, customers empties with full ones from ones who weren't on our books.
We just switched them over. See, our customers empties with the full ones we had that wasn't on our books. Doodle, right? Think you mean to say a diddle, and that's a crime. Just a harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion that is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Well, simple way will come up. Ash is an evil genius.
You mean Mr. Graydon?
It was his idea.
Yeah, Ash has always had it in the book with what's growing up. Sally was getting him the education and getting out of the slums we lived in. Gore, we only bragging about that, didn't we? Told him we was soft in the head and didn't think about it. Look at him now. He's the only one making a communication officer, eh?
Communications officer, Mr. Skulkin.
Sholmes and Wilson's milk run. Yep. No, Harris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be in our next and serious matter in the national security. Though all this talk about interception of secrets and government messages is just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The ocean of Jenny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, the break-in at the Winnie Banks. The trouble is that Mr. Graydon on the omnibus and Mr. No, that's Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was horribly murdered. Yeah, if only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, Mr. Graydon's testimony seems a little watertight as ever. Keep him making a layaway cross-examining here. Could be those two brothers again. I hope.
What about the name now?
Hope.
Let's press on the name now.
Hold it!
We're asking, but business, yeah. Must be a catch.
Stop. See? I told you to stop. And see, you dropped it. Stop. Until I put shirts here, she's gonna keep dropping it, so. Stop.
So the business name. It's a bit of fun, you say. And why was yourself and Mr. McGraden involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Room, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought that was a clever clause, so you worked that one out. This is... Enough of this.
Uh-oh. He was about to reveal something. Enough of this, yeah. Hey.
Objection!
Enough of this. Shut up. Stop. Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two says. Stop scratching the couch. Stop. Stop scratching the couch. Stop. I won't have to keep pushing you away if you don't. The cover clause you worked out. That's this. Hold it. Yeah. Hold it. Yeah. Yeah. Don't do that. Yeah. Hold it. Why is this voice so fucking hard to remember? Much longer are you expecting to listen to this drivel? I don't... Objection. I don't accept anything the way it's so saying. Either. Tell me, why is it only when mentioned the name of the Mildred that you decided to inject? Because it weren't the happiest homes he came from. That one came from. This old man was struggling for money so much wife walked out on him. Stop. She took the name Great then, see? But Ash is always Milverton to us. Milverton, huh? Stop! Back to the timeout box you go. Timeout box again. It's 9:25. Milverton. Milverton. Ah, we found the link. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. It's all... Yeah, of course not. Yeah, hellbilly fucks. Of course not. That's a bumpkin. I've been a great enemy since I was born. You think you could rely on these testimony of these two thieves, huh? You're a communications officer attached to the city's civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Yeah. Well, it would appear Mr. and Mr. Silken's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes, So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and it could turn to be extremely important. Graydon profile has been updated. Communication officer whose last name was Milverton years ago. He's a child for the Skulkin brothers. We learned important information there. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in national security. You never heard of the omnibus, break-ins? Great on the audience stuff. Now we can link the testimony. Stop Morse. So now we can object to that with evidence. And no relation to the man, you say.
Objection.
Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. Not for the rest of us. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. Truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. You had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, Consul. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we know, the victim, the man we know and understand, had been negotiating with Mr. McGriddle. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say Saint's alive? That Mr. Ashley Milverton is not... Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? No! Link screamed. Ugh! No! I don't... Oh. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would have taken no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. I figured it on my own. Grrr. Truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to McGriddle in collaboration with your father. Ah! The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? You were collaborating with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with the Magnus McGriddle. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it onto McGirdle, who would do whatever with it. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music boxes to encode information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I wouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with the McGriddle went sour, and the break-in were at his end. Yep, but before he was arrested, McGriddle managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, he appeared at the Winnie Bank 2 days later, in an attempt to recover 2 articles Mr. McGriddle had pawned there. But that attempt failed. One of this was seized by the police, and the other, you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers to break into the pawnbrokery. This time, to recover the second disc, which they probably have. Are you suggesting the second disc goes inside the music box? They know. They know. I need to shave. I have too many long hairs all over the place. It'll probably be a shorter timeout this time, but... Eh? You don't know nothing about that. On the night when Mr. Winniebank was killed... that one item was moved. The intruder at the pawnbroker touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As a rather ingenious demonstration using 2 prints of the security camera, indeed. So the question naturally begs the answer is this. Why was only one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because they contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall in the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny all this is actually beginning on the fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept this nonsense. Any of this nonsense. Dot. Sir, this is the Wendy's. There appears to be blood seeping through your sleeve of your jacket because you've been animated too much. What? Ah! Yep, you've been too fucking animated. 2 nights ago, we know 3 shots were fired in the scene of the crime in the Winnie Bank's pawnbrokery. So we know that. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch at Mr. Sholm's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar in the wall in the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm seems to have been trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Tisk. Don't acknowledge my presence under any circumstance whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely for the comply. Clearly, I was fool to think I could entrust a common sense into slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in the Winnie Banks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany you. I'm assuming a guinea is like 1,000. At least 100, but probably 1,000. Now, you notice I sustained injury in the course of my adventures. But that's all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGriddle. God and my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Which we're lacking. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms in evidence. One bullet from the Sulkin Bros hit the pouch of Mr. Shulman's waist. The bullet from Mr. Winniebank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon in the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that that man shot himself. Yes, we can. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winniebank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Winniebank that night is you. Why are you pointing at the defense attorney? I mean, the prosecutor. Who said hold it? That's a different voice for that. There he is. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? Nani? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there in the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. What's our mistake? When we finish this case, that'll be it for tonight. Hopefully we can finish it before I have to go to bed before I go to bed at fucking midnight or so. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself as a communications station. But did a trial ever cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What possibility? Possibility that I was there at the scene. I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see? I was the fourth intruder. Makes me a key witness in this case. I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Huh? What? Nani? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. Saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker. And shot him. Ah, so he wants to lie his ass. What? He wants to lie his ass off and say that's what happened. Order! Order! Order in the head! Futurama. Never let it die. Well, it would appear we finally entered the last act of this theatrical trial. Finally. Mr. Graydon. Yeah? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. This shown that you claim is false. You will have incriminated yourself as a killer. Oh, I understand fully. Colonel Sanders? Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. None would give me greater pleasure. Colonel Sanders, witness testimony. Moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling up the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. Mr. Bank drew Nash over the counter. I felt a sharp pain in my arm. So he's saying she said they were shot at the same time. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in the back coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. In the black coat? Me. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. And she tossed the gun out the peephole. So I picked it up and made my escape. Really now? So you're saying you tampered with evidence and stole the gun? Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, you have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! Order! Order on the head! Futurama. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand had been forced. Tell the truth now in the act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, prosecution is completely unaware of those details. Yes, yeah. Hey, pal. Well, sorry to say that. Yep, having shot me in the arm, Baumberger was shot in the back of the accused. As I said, she was showered in his blood. Showered in his blood, you say? You said the blood splattered in the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black coat. Quite sure of that. All over the black coat the pickpocket was wearing at the time. Really? Really? If her coat had somehow shown to have been thrown to harbor vestige of blood, it would have been conclusive evidence here. There was, but it was before. Such investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Yeah, proof it was that, but it's not going to be accepted. Only very recently, German science developed the technique to identify human blood. So here's true science. Now some amateur detectives' dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing amateurish about Heward's work. It's the other sound. At the other no use here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. Germany, the technique has already been employed in the court basis of evidence. It's going to use a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, you can shatter the vestige of doubt within minutes. Doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. They test the chemicals. Oh, help. You're right. Forgetting about that happened yesterday. But not her. Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot. Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot. We know it's covered in blood. Yeah, but notice how the coat is covered in blood, but not her shirt. That's not Mr. Winnebank's blood. That's a stain from 2 months ago. This is blood from when we stabbed McGirdle who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to that's proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. While we wait for the results, the defense may proceed with cross-examination. Once they find blood all over the overcoat, Gino will be... Counsel. Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. Of course, my lord. Cross-examination doesn't go well. If we don't manage to uncover some distinct decisive evidence or a really compelling clue, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this case trial. Another shooting. While these ruffians were jostling up the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. I was watching in the corner like a voyeur.
Hold it!
Mr. Windybanks emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Ash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He had already had a revolver in hand, fortunately. I wasn't too close. I'd never been so scared in my life. Yeah, we were just your regular middleman and burglars. That's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean you say you weren't near the entrance of the shop? I was in the door running my eyes over the shelves and forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. Broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help a little above, and the old geezer just chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella. I soon made him a scamper. A pair of you selling upon a poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you. Sorry, Gov. When the Winnie Banks drew Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I thought I just scraped the wall, so who cares?
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yeah, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed on the floor of the counter as 3 of the men were brawling. I was running on adrenaline and drugs. It was exactly that moment when it happened. I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullets went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. It would appear, so. I looked at my arm and it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped up my handkerchief all around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. Didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. But did Mr. Winnebank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he ever noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off on accident. Anyway, didn't quite strike home. When I put my gun in him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then scampered through the back of the door. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man and shut himself in the storeroom, but I could see it through the peephole door in the door though.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him in the back of the shop. And what about this people in the door you mentioned? Well, hey pal. Well, surprisingly, the door in the side door is made of stout wood. Yep. But there's a small opening about it, the head hider. You can see what's inside there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? Looked through it myself that night. Yep. What about the burgling brothers? You see what went on through his people as well? Not likely, Gov. I didn't see a thing in that sort, Gov. I thought these buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. The brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of the Mr. Winneback take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. Girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in the black coat shot the man as well as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. That was Mr. Winnebank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. As we already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that picked the pocket girl when I saw her. It was the bullet from Mr. Winnebank's gun that grazed my arm, yes, but the Skulkins grounded the detective. Yeah, but... that is this gun right here.
Winnie Mac's gun grazed my arm, but yes, Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. Third gun that I removed and tampered with evidence, according to me. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had been a third firearm. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun at the time. That has not been established. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. You just consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl jingling at each other. Then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. It was that moment that the little gutter girl shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the people I saw it clearly. But it didn't splash on you. Of course, the stains are invisible now, from what with the coat being a darker color. But I assure you, the garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Sullied with blood, that's for sure. Hey, but it's not Mr. Winnibag's blood, is it? Oh, that's right. It's Mr. Mason's and Mulberton's blood from the McGriddle stabbed him 2 months ago. So annoying. If they only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. So you're saying you stole evidence, and you tampered with the scene, and committed a different felony.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out the room. That's right, after the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door. That's where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole of the floor on the other side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing, you dumbass? I couldn't even tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. While thinking, I went and picked it up. Suppose I was worried I'd just leave it there in case any more tragedies took place. That's just... So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I didn't commit this crime, I committed a different crime. I left to clear up to my lackeys in the left. Clear up? We had a bit of a mess around the counter, so we just went for food that told us to tidy up. He thinks these are blue and mum or sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Yeah. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night, was there any chance of the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You toe rag!
You're like a bull at the gate, aren't you? He knows. He's gonna find a disc in one of their pockets.
Excuse me!
What the fuck is going on here? Gentlemen. Hey. Something wrong, Sunshine? Yeah, something wrong, Sunshine? Hey, pal. Something wrong, Sunshine? Yeah, it's my line. You do realize you're just violently shaking Mr. Sulkin. Blimey, he's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What's going on just now? I saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blaze, he said, why didn't you mention the third gun when you went down at the station? And why didn't you? Because we didn't know anything about it. What are that flaming people on the door? Sorry about that. Hey, pal. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Go about me. See that way he was looking at me? I tell you, this thing gives me the willies. That was strange. Expected to normally quite so worked up as that. Why would he? He normally wouldn't grab someone. No, that's not Gregory at all. Normally all sweetness and light, no matter what they say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. He has a disc. My lord! My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. The bailiff results of the test of order, sir. Ah, the blood. And the accused's overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well. Cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Assume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord. We already know the results. Well, there you have it. A report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. When extended stains appeared that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report.
Goodness me. Goodness me.
See? What did I tell you? See? What did I tell you? No, the blood of the worker is not Mr. Winniebanks.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat was originally belonged to Magnus McGriddle. Before this coat was part of the Winniebanks, McGriddle had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
You have no proof otherwise. Well, the dead can't speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago in the very courtroom, did you not argue firmly that Mr. McGriddle's innocence? Yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned yourself in this country. But that was... I call it bloody disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. Well, how to determine whether the blood is the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help that. Answer that problem. Pop out. Can't be done. But, use Mr. Sholmes' special formula chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. With such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, a communications officer? I held up Brzorki, the starving boy. He ran away crying. There's a rat. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. Theme carries no weight in this court. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is... Victory! Yeah, victory is sweet indeed, yeah. This proves in my testimony the whole truth, from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness stated, the accused will splatter with the blood of the victim. But not the accused. Only Mr. Greater could have possibly known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid on the conclusion of singular. He's the accused. It was the accused who shot the victim in the case. That is the whole truth. Nope. We're not done yet. My lord! Been a long battle, this one, but this one horse has something to say now, I believe.
Mr. Foreman?
As of this moment, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one?
Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Time for another summation fucking examination.
Guilty.
Guilty.
And he still hits it with his head. Number 3. Three summation fucking examinations here. Well, it appears, ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you make to unpick a juror's decisions being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I come so far, how is it unraveling on me so fast? Summation number 3. How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruto?
Officer? You deliver your report now. What are you... I'll be all thank you.
It occurs to me that with regularity, Mr. Naruto, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! This inspector! Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Hey, pal. No. That's right. I'm using the fucking his voice. Gregson doesn't get that voice.
What? What is the meaning of this?
He's back from the hospital.
Order in the head!
What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. Hey, pal. That's his voice, not Gregson's. Sorry. Mr. Jeez, I forgot the name of the detective already from the Ace Attorney. Gumshoe. That's what it would be. Had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it really is you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear rather late to rise. My apology. Now, my lord, if you hear me.
What manner, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to give to the lawyer over here. Need no more than 5 minutes. Will you be so kind to spare us the time?
What do you say to this, Lord Van Zeeks?
This trial's taking many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly. Having spent so much time already, I don't want to waste any more precious time. As I was saying, it's been long enough already, it would have seemed cruel to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Eh?
Very well then, Consul. You have 5 minutes. I'm gonna go take a shit.
And he's back inside. Apologies, my dear fellow, for my late arrival. Tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright. I'm all wrong. Sorry. I just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. For fear that it may prove too much to me. Pray, forgive me should I pass out. Let's make a discussion as short as possible then. Early, this place is full of idiots. I know that voice. Let me see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. She's been locked up 3 times now, right? That's 3 treats she's lost. Plus the 1 for the scratching. There's 6 possible ones, so she's down to 2. None can make any wonderful how your chemical analysis is. Ah well, that concoction of mine is really just a bit of sport to assist me in investigations. Yeah, that's well. Ah well. Never made a trouble of finding it a prize by the scientific community. No oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. Enough of that. I'll give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender for Roshiki wrapping? A leaving present for Mrs. Otto. Mrs. Otto? If possible, matters will be settled without giving me this. Those were her instructions, when she asked me to do you her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Rosado foresaw today's events. Miss Rosado saw today's events, I believe. She knew the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means of both devious and underhand. But you, Mr. Rosado, fairly to, as you are wont to do, find yourself in considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Miss Rosado-san. Whatever could it be? Oh, the other weapon. The other thing. What's this? Oh! It's the machine I made. Ah. Ah. Oh, the cat door maker. Yes, that's the cat door maker. Yeah. Look, I used this. Latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapper-mat. It can make a cat flapper-mat a furry friend like Walagi in seconds. How are we supposed to use this shit? What's Susie up to? Mrs. Haza muttered the following words before she left. I am a failure. I deserve to be a judicial system. What? Did she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever does she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? At night, when you left the Winnie Banks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Otto made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. Ask your answer, dear fellow. No, not at all cryptic then. So I was on use this cat flap-o-matic that night. She made the peephole. She made the peephole. She made the peephole on the door. That door did not have a peephole. So he couldn't have seen the fucking shot. But why? Cat flap-o-matic. Contraption machine that rapid creation of small flaps and larger doors, allowing cats to come and go freely. She made the peephole, so he did not fucking see the fucking shooting. That's where it's going. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? I'm grateful for your affording us a brief recess, Mr. Reaper. Jesus. As for actually clouded corona, no, that's the previous case. That's episode 4. Fuck it. I'm sorry, I never wait, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective, after all. The die is cast. Is it really? Is it really? Jurors are unanimously in their leanings. No doubt, and friends will consider it a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo.
Stop scratching the couch. Look what you've done so far. This was not like this.
Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. Dear fellow, what's your plan?
Stop scratching the couch. No.
Rest is down to me.
Stop.
Be careful. If I make the wrong move, the trial will end badly.
Stop.
My lord, the defense requests further cross-examination. Time to think. Well, we have to deal first with this, then this. So, can we do a summation? Before we do that, I don't think we need the summation. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates you may not cross-examine new witnesses now. The defense is not asking to cross-examine of a new witness. Rather, continue the one of the existing witnesses. What? Honey, what? I would appear that the rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. It would appear, yeah. My lord. Mr. Reaper, interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. Cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. So you have no objection, consul. No, my lord. So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno has to resume the cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I may have missed it. I will remind those present that this is my courtroom. Yeah, I missed it. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of cross-examination. However, it will not permit any unremitting protraction of the proceedings. I have evidence. I will counter his fucking statement right fucking now. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. One, of course. Counsel, you must choose but one statement of the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present to support of your argument against it. Single chance to present evidence. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press any witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement. And a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruto. It's high time I fell on a dead fate. 5 minutes are up. I leave this in your capable hands. Dud. Always a flair for the dramatic. For the dramatic. For Herlock Sholmes. Dud. Oh, we should add this. We should have added this too. I'll share these to the party. Why not? Hope. Off the TV. Hope. Down. Not Twitter. Miss. Mr. Sholmes. Try again. There you go. Error uploading. Try again. To stand so in Scotland before the court in a state of such a high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of those antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well done, Counsel. You're feeling fully prepared. Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I can do that. I already know which one. Won't let Mr. Sholmes down or Iris. I know exactly which fucking statement it is. I won't waste this final chance Mrs. Otto-san has given me. It's gonna decide the entire outcome of this trial. We're all done. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume your cross-examination. Moment of the shooting again. I saw a splatter all over that wretched girl. It's this one right here. Hey, it's not one, it's all five. Might as well take a look at it before we do it. Ooh. Ooh, those are vicious teeth that look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. Cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can cut through any kind of door in no time at all. 10 times per second. That must be fucking strong, still. And what are the two parts on the top there? Ah, those are for attaching the hinges to the section of the door that lets you cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make a mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. Hint, hint. Sounds so charming and friendly when you say it's for, but I feel like it's the reality of this cat flapple is a grim weapon of door destruction. Well, Hagi's so adorable, there's nothing I can do for him, even developing deadly weapons.
Objection.
Bitch. You're done. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel? Oh, it's my cat flapple-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of the room. It can cut through any door you can think of and made a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. This device is creating a so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to get the main door. Hey, well, you think we could work that out for ourselves? Yeah. No, sorry. Where was it? Yeah. Hey, pal. No. Yeah, I'm sure we could work this out for ourselves. Yeah. But hey, that cat lover's contraption has no possible relevance to this case. No, not at all. No. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there's no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see how this has to do with the matter on hand. Perhaps it will help if I describe its function in another way, then. Its contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windenbach has taken place. Hey, that's right. According to the paperwork in the yard, it was you, the Japanese assistant, and Mr. Sholmes. Hope. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and a recent come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Stop. Your assistant did what? There's a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Hope. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see the inside of the locked storeroom. Hope. It's ludicrous. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say, huh? Of course, there was a peephole in the door. I say as much in my testimony. Hope. How else could a witness have witnessed the crime at pity's sake? Hope. Stop. Stop. Yes. How could you? What? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. He gave the hint again. What I mean to say is, my lord, my assistant made a peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time that she did, the door had no hole to look through. What? No! What? No! Get out from behind the couch. This is a farce. You're really suggesting that the hole in the door was... Yep, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant. Using this device. Your assistant tampered with a crime scene whilst fully aware of the gravity of her actions? It's a most serious act of vandalism. Which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was a few minutes after that I left the scene in order to pursue the Sulkenbergs I alerted the police. Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it became apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Hint, hint. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony appears to incriminate the defendant. It's all based on what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shot the man in the back. However, if the time of the incident, the peephole had not yet existed through the door, there is no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order in the head. Is there any credence to this? Is there any credence to his revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, yeah, it's a cheap trick designed to discredit me. Show the demonstration right now? I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. I used to expect people this, they could cut through any solid wooden door. Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. I can cut through even the toughest of doors. It's absurd. I don't believe that for a second. Well, time for a demonstration. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, cool, time for dinner. Meow. Well. Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. This is one that's not made cat flaps in the oak paneling on the wood Old Bailey. I'm not done yet. Don't worry. Doesn't mean that the people was in the store back was made for your machine. There's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps on my crates are all fixed size. And the dimensions of the people in Winnie Banks is exact match. Hee hee. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. Now it's my learned friend's turn to be lost and for words, I feel. Student's friend. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Oh, yes, that's true. But you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let's assume your people has the dimensions that are perfect fit for the contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
What is the purpose of this line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. Now that the perpetrator has returned to her native island, she cannot testify to that fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove this peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What? Nani? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, Counsel?
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
Yeah. That's not an innuendo at all.
I don't know what if I could do this, but I know one thing. Sao-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well. The court counsel for the defense will present evidence to support this claim. Proof that the people in the door of the Winnie Bank storeroom was created after the event and not before.
Her manuscript? That's after the incident. Ah. Yes. See, it's not there at 1 o'clock. But it's there at 1:30.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Uzato Mikotaba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Yes, she is. Which is why I never had any cause of doubt that she would have considered the scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
Necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel?
The print shows the scene of the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Look at the door. Agreed. It also shows accused mercenaries wielding a gun in the direction of the defendants. But more to the point. The pictures, the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. It's really quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of the people in any description.
Ah! Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it had happened, there was no people in the door. This case is over. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Now his turn to faint. But he's standing in this one.
Order! Order! Order in the head!
Futurama.
I am satisfied that the defense has sustained its claim beyond any reasonable doubt.
The witness testimony was entirely fallacious. Fallacious.
That is not the only thing we know beyond a reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly,
Good lord, there's more Lord Van Zeeks?
the defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, yeah, that's right, yeah. What, Nani? I was there at the scene. That's true. I was shot in the arm, that's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, you look at the circumstances. I'm the victim here. You were shot by the pawnbroker. Oh, please. No! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he was the culprit. Or do you? Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking a cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right now, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you fear false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What do you mean? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, it's a fundamental inconsistency with your statement. Not only could he not have seen her shoot him, how would he know that she was covered in blood? What? Nani? What?
Objection!
This is a prerogative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency revealed by the true lies of the witness statements. Should Mr. Graydon acknowledge something he shouldn't have known is anything about. Namely, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the people in the... Obviously, because I saw her do it to the people in the... Shit. The point is not that you lied about in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's that the nature of the lie you concocted is so revealing. You're not making any sense, man. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew the existence of the people in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously I,
How's the cock got your tongue, witness?
The people in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once they returned to the shop and having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigator arrived immediately. Since that time, the policemen have been at Winniebanks constantly carrying on their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yep, of course. The place is chock full of pawn articles, and the lads have been going thoroughly examining them all. So I give the order to the officer working around the clock and shift so we get through all. And consequently, there is no way you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you shouldn't have known about the people in the storeroom door at all. In
The fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. Yeah. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people on the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Besix? Speak, Inspector. It's just I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony. So really, it's all the same to you. Permission denied. Oh. If it's not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Of course. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which could only mean that you must have been informed about it by someone else, aka the Inspector.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you uttered have extremely serious implications. Of course, leave it to not just end. It's already 10:30. I was hoping to be done by now, but of course, you know, it's an extra hour after you think you're almost done. It's another hour or two. Yes, but the defense believes that the details of the case where Mr. Graydon claims have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person in his testimony, before his testimony. And in fact, seeing the particular clue we have, there's really only one person it could be.
Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave the witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Gregson.
Take that!
Truth is, it could only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to sustain such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity in the last few hours, learned of during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made within great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed a subpoena and brought the man here from this communication station. And until that time, Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Till then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing about the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon got to the stand he realized his position. He had to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. And they were hushing. I broke that up immediately on the first testimony. Exactly. The only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a blooming outrage. Me chips. I would have been giving away the details of the investigation, that big fella. Hope. Down. Down. Leave the cable alone. Stop. Something is to his lordship's chamber during the recess in the case. Have you forgotten that? Stop.
Quite true. A number of questions regarding the events that transpired in the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid on one another was after proceedings resumed, following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where any such discussions would have been possibly occurred. Any such illicit discussions. Remember, I broke up their fucking discussion. Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh, yeah. Yeah, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatching to retrieve the McGriddle's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. What the fuck are you two doing? I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon, and I fucking interrupted them. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seem to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon information he needed then. You little toe rag! You're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I give up any confidential details so the likes of this broke? Now they want proof. Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do anything like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind that it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people in the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector, a music box disc. The music box disc. Sure, I need to remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal with any kind of a witness will be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well, it's becoming clear that Bump jumping in with the accusation that he's Nipponi's student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence to support his diabolical claim. Evidence? We're proposing that Inspector demanded for the witness in return. Ah, yep, the disc. The court must see proof of this alleged deal. There's only one thing. Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, and logically there is only one thing he could have asked for. Yep, that must be it. Bruno, do you really think it could be? Yes, it is. It's a missing link to join all the dots together in this puzzle. Hint, hint. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal between Inspector Gregson and the witness?
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides the murder, it is not true that you've been working on another very important case. What? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that in this other top-secret case is what alluded to this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How you believe, Nora, could you... We discovered this during the course of the trial. The music box is posited by Winniebanks and Magnus McGriddle. Special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. Seems very likely now that encoded this pair of discs were Mr. McGriddle's possessions. Are they leaked classified secrets? Do you have the disc, Inspector? So I put it to you, Inspector. Then in order to recover the second disc containing the secrets, you covertly made a deal with Gregson in which Mr. Graydon, in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! You lost chips. Order in the head. Futurama. On the day of the incident, when you met up with the Winniebanks, you said this. Be taking whatever the McGriddle's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine. Sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGriddle has to be taken into evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? The Magnus McGriddle was involved in stealing government secrets. My orders were... recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Such strict hush-hush. And that explains why I presented the disc as evidence to the court. You objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew it contained highly confidential information. By me, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. But I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely. Sure, you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known the existence of the people. And that's the only explanation. A deal was struck between the two men.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, the sobering assertion turns out to be found in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, in this very courtroom. Yes, it is. Gregson, give it up. Either Gregson or the other guy. Wait, what? In this room? Could possibly make a claim like that. Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? Nani? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector would have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted the gentleman's agreement on this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon, yes, in hand. He gave him the fucking disc. Good gracious, then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc already in his possession?
Yes!
Yes. The defense demands the inspector be searched at once. Definitely. It's only struck a deal with each other and Ginny was testifying before. And Gracie hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please. Order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Oh, Inspector. He's calmed down. He puts it in his pocket. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He insulted me and quite profession quite enough. However, if he'll put this matter to bed, dispel any doubts of my involvement. I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? Means he doesn't have it. I presume you're aware of the precipice which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. Following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found. You will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand that you were severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remark on our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runa because you're scared. Exactly. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. Can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. This must be physically change hands, which means the inspector should have it. One of the four of them has it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications. I'll ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. You still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects. Search someone else. If he's allowing himself to be searched, means he doesn't have it. Yes, the defense formally requests a search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. Your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. Got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects. Nope. Weak flap. Defense demands a search, but now of the Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost it all, have you? Sunshine? Of course you don't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. See, he wants to be searched, meaning he doesn't. Be quiet, all of you. Runo's doing what you told him to, and having the courage of his convictions. You should respect and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. All said, young lady. Indeed, this court has been all the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Don't be so hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about things I've seen in the court today, fairly sure that I know who has the disc in the moment. Well, there's only one person it could be. There's only one left. Consul, who do you wish to search now?
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Greedham, my lord. Defense commands a search at once. Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Greedham. Au contraire. Au contraire. There he has it. So a brief body search was carried out by the bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Greydon had nothing unusual on his person. Oh, you son of a bitch. It was the brothers. Ah! Well, Consul? No mistaken things in the court scene today. Shouldn't I know who has this?
Objection!
Yeah, we need to skip all this again because we... So Gregson really does have it then? I guess Gregson really does have it if he wants to be searched. There can only be one person. Search the judge. Oh, you fucking kidding me? It's fucking Sholmes. As he passed out, he put it in the fucking Sholmes. Sholmes or these two? Fucking Sholmes has it. Fucking Sholmes has it.
Take that!
My lord, take the defensive search me search at once. Good grief, what possible relation could exist in this case between the person in this case? No. It would seem that anybody's friend does not understand the gravity of the request to search. Defense counsel aims at humiliation. Perhaps this will give him a taste of middleness. No. Gracie doesn't have the disc at the moment. Question is, where could it have hidden it? He have hidden it. Trouble is, he's been in the witness stand the entire time in the full view of everyone in the court. He's usually wishes to go about hiding something, really. Honestly, there's only one person who could possibly have hidden it. Perhaps in another person's pocket. Someone with him on the stand. Well, Consul? So we had... he did fucking steal it. We were right. We were right. He did fucking steal it. So Gregson was so... So... It's not him, so it has to be on Gregson. Means he didn't know he has it.
Take that!
Fine, we'll do Gregson then. I got a search person. Good grief, what possible relation?
Objection!
No.
So who in this courtroom has it? You put it in your pocket. No. I can't pick myself. Search iris? Anyway, he gave me something.
Take that! Objection!
No. We're kind of just failing. Search the prosecutor. But he didn't go to the prosecutor.
Take that!
The guy next to him. Yep. Oh, my lord. Mr. Skullnash. Well, I never. Hey, blimey. Me? Him? How do you know it's him? Well then, bailiff. Strain the witnesses and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Spectre. Scotland Yard has to object to the search. Yes, he has it.
Objection!
He put it in the pocket of the next person. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? This courtroom, only the prosecution and defense have the authority to object. But, Lord Bezix, I have no idea what forces are in play and might influence your actions. But personally, I had no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Search his cavity. Now, hold on, Mo. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing in no disc. Get it out! Don't touch me there. Okay, keep touching me there. Ah! Here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. Found this. So, good lord, that's another music box disc. I know nothing about it, nothing. We can play him early for that. Oh. This is the second music box that's left behind by Magnus McGriddle. It is not Inspector Gregson. Ah! Order! On the other hand, Mr. Culkin, what do you have to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flaming Bennett. So I know nothing about this disc. Horse to God. Hurley did have it, but he put... Gunson, explain what's going on here. The alleged deal was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Well, question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth would this man possession of this? That's why I fucking told you not to climb up here. Look at everything you just dropped. Do it again before the fucking night goes out. Stop climbing up here. Stop. Nail. There you go. Ugh, this cat. Why on earth would this man in possession of this and Inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. No.
But on one particular point in his trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what's unusual behavior. Eh? It was, yes, during the cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night, was there by any chance with the second disc in your pocket? I mean, nothing of the sort. I mean, nothing for sort. Ah, yes, that's right, he did this, so it wasn't Hurley who did it. And while Mr. Grayson answered my questions, the Inspector appeared to have grabbed Mr. Nash Sulkin in his coat and started shaking him violently. Yeah, he did it all. Thought he noggin was gonna fall clean, it did. So I was wishing I had been born a braver I was. What exactly happened to the detective attack like you did that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned to me and grabbed me while whistling and started shaking me. Well, basically, I mentioned the third gun when you have fauna in the station. That's what he said. Yeah, right down my ear he did. My head's still dropping. The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. It was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hit it? You. I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. The detective that acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He should have submitted the item for evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at all at liberty to do that. Why or not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secret seek to the ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. Uh-huh. Hush-hush, a top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from the confidential government communications. If even the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Have sum up the situation, Inspector. I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer the question. So, realizing there's a chance you may have searched in the court here, took steps to hide the disc you acquired from the witness. Ah, so does that mean you only pretended to attack Mr. Skulk in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc in his pocket? So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson. And you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you in this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yeah, yours truly? Please. Admit to it? Yeah, right. Mr. Graydon. Clear Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed this to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. That's all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All this young Easter's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You... what? We need the second disc. Oh, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? You meant to make a deal with Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare that this is nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done in the name of justice. Hey, pal. Meaning he's not admitting, but he's not denying. So, as members of the general public of a fine country, I'd like to admit that think that justice was done in grinding light, making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, the absence of any further evidence to present, I believe it is time that we put the matter to jury to final leanings. Oh no, is fellow servant of the Queen and country? Say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he is a dependable man. Quite sure, in service, becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blur to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really. Great is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Detective has very much trust in his eyes. More than this I cannot say. I believe it. 6 jurors are going to believe Gregson. If they declare the decision now, shouldn't he going to be found guilty? I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to bed. Proof that Mr. Great killed Winnebank or stole government secrets. Some evidence to force Gregson to admit that he struck a deal with the witness. The second disc. We need the discs. Well then, counsel. Think it's time to impose the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? Is that unless you have some compelling evidence you thus have not presented to the court? If the jury call on the jurors and announce the judge Tino will be found guilty. Then there's no choice then, Runa. You have to throw some evidence at them. This is now. All comes to this. Represent evidence against Gregson or Graydon. Oh. What can we say? Hope, down. Leave the cable alone. So we can do we can play the music, right? We can force him to Hope. Stop. Stop with the fucking cable. Stop. Or you're going to the fucking timeout again. Alright. So we play the music box. Now I'll force him to admit the deal. That's my thinking. Inspector Gregson, is there one final piece of evidence I would like you to see? Eh? What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence. Thoroughly. Well, go on. It's my last chance. It looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. And admit that he's clearly forced sits in open court.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGriddle's peculiar music box console? Yeah, so if a disc already in place, ready to play, I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced with the music box again. Only this time. Nope. With the second disc. Discovered in place as well. Goodness, the disc console. No! No, wait! No, I can't let you do it. Stop. Why not? Because, well, he's nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection.
Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the music earlier in this music box were a part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have the chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. Letting the whole court hear this confidential information and that it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? In order to protect the state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. You let the state information out in the public domain. You'll make an enemy of the British government, you idiot. No. Let's not forget, Inspector. You, the Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. You continue to lie in the court, and all because of by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. By fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. You don't dare! I will not stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care what enemy I make of. Smash the bottle? Ah, we lost the animation. My lord, if you please. Ah, he's gonna fucking throw it. I fucking skipped it. The court must hear the sounds made by the music box. Come on, Vasek, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection.
Spurs time. Inspector, you should know my method. Yeah, Inspector, you should know my methods, I know. I'm a prosecutor, no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. Eh? He's joining me. No! Very well. The defense stands here and the prosecution has made it very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will listen to the music box set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Government secrets. Hold it! Hold it! Alright, I admit, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Do you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of people in the pawnbroker storeroom, Inspector? No. No, you're not going up there. I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? Oh. No. So exactly as the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed at the recess, we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at a pawnbroker the other day, right? Aren't you? That's something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. No. 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 So, how about a trade? Huh? Hey, how about a trade, eh? I suggest you accept. Information that may be of certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. No. He tried to extort me. Couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstance. Set the man's proposal and I told him details about the case that he should put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. by giving false testimonies when intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yeah, you still reveal those facts no. To facilitate witness perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people was only made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself now, huh, bitch? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. Stop! Stop climbing up there. You were the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroking line in question. And you perpetrated murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winningbank. Ah, you! Broke the cane. Traitor! Now there's attempted murder right there. That's attempted murder right there. Hey, that thing is broken. You lost the chip.
Bailiff! Bailiff, restrain that man. Punch him in the nuts a few times. At once.
He broke the cane. That cane is already gonna fucking snap if he tries to choke him with it. That's it then. It's all over. He went to sleep. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth. Born in poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. Parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. The little money they had was never spent on me. Little money I had at center. So I sent to study, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, that nightmare of my life in the slums wakes me in small hours. I want to drown him out. With more money than anyone who lived in the squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGriddle. You're a female with queer talent, aren't you? I throw money your way if you're interested. All you need to do is just get along with me, a little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs. McGriddle will buy them at a handsome sum. And I was responsible for instruction for a ministry's communications office. It was a simple enough task. You lure the victims of the devil's offering. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the
music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. Yeah, that's right. He was very skilled with his hands. Once he had been a music box maker's apprentice. Imagine his skills would have been sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his service. It's the first time I had seen him since I left the slum 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you become, eh? There's a different man I want to marry. A thin, frail old man. Poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it did me. I was sure he could help if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I got some work for you, father. I got some work for you, father. You make a music box this. Music box disc, eh? A good friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell in the public. Brought the score with me. There are two, actually.
Be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's I made him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting information in 2. You're taking considerable precautions indeed. I was to protect myself as much as anything. Meant that I could deal with McGriddle in 2 separate transactions. First of all, in the first of the 2 discs, the music box played for him. I exchanged it with McGriddle for 10 guineas. Then a receipt for the 2nd disc, he would pay the 1,000 guineas. Whew. Yeah, well, I would have gotten paid on the first day if he had taken the fucking money. So what happened on Omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal. The change of the 2nd disc. Yes. I sold the man information that way a number of times already. It seemed to become reluctant to part with his money. That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. But why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Middleton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGriddle and not you yourself. I received 1,000 guineas on my first deals with McGriddle. I had to give 200 to my father in his troubles. My father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I was involved in something dubious. When he did, he said to me, "Ho! Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it. Understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Time to the omnibus, hand over the 2nd disc, and take the money from McGriddle. That's it. He had no idea what he actually did this and asked him to make. He never knew. Just like he never know why everyone's so horribly wrong that night. Calm the fuck down. All I know is that this was taken from him. He never returned home. Why are you biting? Dot dot dot. It was only then I found out what sort of monster McGriddle really was. So then after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? So you're the one who fucking burned him? As anyone who has ever remotest knowledge of the man would no doubt be able to imagine, McGriddle brought all his wealth and influence to bear in most of his despicable ways to crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, witness was bribed. Trial 2 months ago was a farce to start with and finish. It's 11:30. My parents will be calling soon. My feet had barely touched British shoulder back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGriddle by then. But spared nothing to arrange it 2 months ago. Exactly who to hire. You willing to pay the price? There are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGriddle himself has shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor, the courtroom to ensure that he'd walk free. Took matters in my own hand and delivered the justice that monster deserved. He was going to inspect the crime scene, he thought. That tragic accident 2 months ago at the trial was planned and executed by yours truly. McGriddle's death that day was caused by this man. Now that fully resolves the story then. Agent Razor, you'd like to follow me into the courtroom? Yeah, what's this, officer? Just what I'm led to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There are some changes to his schedule. Well, let's make your tracks now. It's time for me to inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could present it. It could be presented for it myself. That's what he thought. So the policeman who came to tell McGriddle that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter. Hired by me. McGriddle used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in his testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused with paraffin wax. I guess that's candle wax. One of my sham policemen ushered McGriddle inside and sent him a one-way ticket to hell. An eye for an eye. As I avenged my father's death. Spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. Loose end? The girl. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken in exchange for McGriddle. Ah, yes. This was intended to mention. There was indeed no mention of it on the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGriddle. It's the first to this. That means the box you need to play it. Hell, look at that now. Man, genius little mention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, yeah, man. What's this? Winnie Bank's pawnbroker. Aye, the pawnbroker ticket, so it is. You can use the redeem an article that's deposited there for you. No need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. I'll fetch you 10 guineas when you sell it. So it will. Never heard of the pawnbroker being used quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. McGriddle? Then pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each of them is like an extremely secure vault. The British fucking thing of that. So I knew I had to take steps to hide the disc. It'd be in that pawnbroker somewhere. And that he killed my father, he must have entrusted a ticket to someone. Yep, to Gina. I remember now. When we first met you on the Winnie Banks afternoon 2 days ago. Yeah, the description of Mr. Stroud written down. How'd you know who you were looking for? From the trial. The pickpocket's testimony was clear and peculiar. Anyone could see that. Realized immediately that she was another of McGriddle's pawns. He must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced that it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl came out of the work for the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait for her until the girl went to Winnie Banks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only Mr. McGriddle's overcoat and the one disc in his pocket. All important missing box and the second disc inside were missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I would have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, an investigation into the stolen number sequence was progressing. We picked up on the fact that McGriddle was involved. Spectre recovered fast. Murders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. Hey. We had a full scale investigation in the yard, but we had kept it as quiet as we could. Then when the inspector here took the disc from me in that pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. Sure, the music box for the second disc was still in the shop somewhere. Soon it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So I was probably to break into that place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. When Ash and Ringo were searching the counter. Look at it means the boss had stolen McGriddle on that shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yeah, I slipped it in my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Oh. Bang! Gunshot rang out from the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun. The bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Bang. Before I knew what had happened, I fired back. The man already turned to flee. I had intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. Struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. Imagine Ash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened in the Winnie Banks on that wretched night. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Well, the jury can now fix their verdict. For formality purposes. Earlier, you called Mr. Gretel a monster. Man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts. Escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. Yep. You become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply, Miss Immigrito. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a very long, very exhausting trial. Fucking has, yeah. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashland Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of the Winnie Bank and with stealing government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector. And inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Eh? Yeah? It's time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Gary Left Squadron, stand by. It's all really it now. Last push, the final call. Finishing whistle. And they're ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You'll now declare your final decisions in the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Ha! That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Yay, finally, Bruno! You managed to finally do it. Finally is the word. It hasn't sure never come to the top of there for a while. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
Eh? What are you looking at me for like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the Ace child, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you attempted to abscond with Mr. McGriddle's property, it seems. Family call. He knew another Japanese person and they betrayed him, apparently. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. That he did. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you may learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright then. I'll wait for that day if I must. At the end of the second game, probably. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey. My retirement from service 5 years ago gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Why do you keep breaking your shit? Honestly. So farewell, my learned Japanese fellow. Until we meet again. Alright. We're in the epilogue, basically. It's still not over. I thought this was going to be over like at 9 o'clock. So we're almost 3 hours later from where I thought it was almost over. 17 April. 5:54 p.m. Yeah, it's been fucking all day. Obey the Defendant's Antechamber. It's done. It's all over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Gina. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. You were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. Believed in me right up until the end. As odd as your name, you're as odd as your name. I thought about it. I told you I have faith in you, didn't I? No one else ever has before, see? Get the promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. Figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. And it's just because I'm scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down, that's true. Yeah, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of that in the trial 2 months ago. Chose to trust someone and paid for it. Trail left a big scar. You know though, Gina? I worked something quite out recently too. Trusting someone is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. Your gut tells you that it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded. There is no better feeling in the world. I have to thank you for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh well, if you say so. Doesn't make a flat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say, put my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Quit crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose... so I feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone is, you know... alright. Are we developing feelings for each other? They're about the same age, roughly. Thanks. It's the way I see it, Ryusuke. Solid Snakeus, Jr. Defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. That solid snakehead man, infinite ammo, comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Cosmo. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believe I could be? Pardon the interruption. Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do with your nose around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that's that voice. It's late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. Sholmes. I've been standing here patiently waiting. Yeah, I've been standing here patiently waiting for you. Room for an attorney. Yes, it was me all along. I would have said it when you finally noticed me. But you people, your incessant babbling. Yeah, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, it was me all along, see? You are not a master of disguise. It's adequate. I assume you had taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed it was. I managed to escape again. Oh, my battery's dying. Ah, I missed the scene before that I should have taken. Ah, there we go. We'll share those two. I managed to escape it. Oh! I happen to be aware of your one or two follies the doctor who was tending to me. But he made my knowledge known to the man and happily issued me a leave of absence. Very above board. So for my adventures. Maybe enough of my adventures. Yeah, it's a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Tonight's efforts are just rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. Close friend, tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Being a great cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Mrs. Stroud? You've been having a snooze in your life and soft bed, all of us fighting for our lives here. Well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. And then they went digging around inside you. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Perhaps not as cold as ice, but, well, you have a feeling. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order to you too, Mrs. Stroud. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally. It was my intention to alarm you, but... acquittal in the trial of this particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. No alarming not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean. Because anyone found not guilty of trial was working always wound up dead, eh? Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. Yeah, very... Simplified by the fate of Mr. McGriddle, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. And why point it out? Yeah, well, that don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. When I see it, the Reaper's a bit of like, I'm upstairs. Him upstairs, you mean like God? Yeah, like I'm upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. You won't have the wrong end of the stick. There's some codes like that bot rocker what are rotten to the core. And in the end, I'm upstairs to make sure I get what they deserve. Suppose that's one way to look at it. Fine just as one thing though, the Reaper taking matters in those hands, claiming lies is another. Well, I ain't like McGriddles of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? Trade in which you are most... I trade with you... Hey, pal. I trade with you is much admired, Mr. Trad. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? I'm saying, congratulations, Arnor. News of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt courage. Congratulations, Gina. Well, yeah, there you are, Hurley. How long you been in here? Hi, Hurley. Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Iris, I do apologize, eh? Wait till I tell you what happened. The pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? Aye, what happened? As you know, I am a preacher for disguise. So I entered this room just as a bailiff. Doesn't even sense my presence at all. No idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. Oops. Deflate his ego. In fact, I think you ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. I see I use jab between partners. Anyway, it's really shameful. I was hoping to throw a party for Jeannie tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna go nowhere for a while. You're the judge, Batter. Got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. But again, breaking, entering, and taking a part stuff like glug, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think you'll find it basically being a pickpocket the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, ain't it? I don't think so. Still, got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you started off as a lawyer, didn't you? Oh no, didn't start. It's never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. Do something for all them like me in the slums. Something that makes some difference for them. That would be wonderful, Jenny. I'm sure you could do it. Yeah. We're almost resolved. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade? The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Why don't you just run away? Alright. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Prison carriage. Odo? Yeah? What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, though. Ah, yeah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hit or missing vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? It's called thank you. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh? Oh, yes. It's a good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well, I see. Nice hair. Thanks, Odo. Thank you for everything you've done, for believing me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Are we finally over for now? Or is there more subplot that it just happens? Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Oh well, quite the abominable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought the paper outside. Special edition. This trial's over from the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should show it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyways, like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Oh, what do you have to say, Bruno? Early? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I don't think you'll listen to anything but good news. There you have it. How people answer that question is a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there again. Again, rather. Alright then, start with the good news this time. Rain has finally stopped. There's a nice record level of rainfall, apparently. Yay! Well, that's the good news indeed. We can journey back to greater comfort. Alright, then what's the bad news? Huge storm left us seas very choppy. Channel is particularly as awful, so sailings out of the Dover have been delayed for a day or two. Wait, Dover? That's right, we're heading to the station immediately. If we head to the station immediately, we can still make it the time to wave Susie off. Ooh. But there won't be a train, surely. You couldn't be that lucky. What do you think I am, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements to a special express. Hurry now, we should still be there in time for dinner. And a fine restaurant that serves most delicious baked soul. I don't... Great Detective Go does it again. Indeed he does. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transportation directors' foibles. Again? He blackmails everyone. What? They made knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people in that way. If not, they'll come and manipulate you. What are you waiting for then? Hey, to London, Victoria. Cutscene. Cutscene ended. 18 April, 5:32 p.m. Port of Dover, Quayside. 12 hours later. Took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Where are you? Come on, woman. Oh, there, look. Looks like she's reading something again. Always reading.
Hold it!
Hey, what the fuck are you doing? Susato, wait, what are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, Miranda's sayings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? Went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. It's really wonderful news. And a smile. The book you're about to throw in the sea? So your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. It's not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was just saying my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law? You? Sato-san? Wouldn't it be correct in assuming? Because of the people, Mrs. Sato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. How? What it was wholly, utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you ever come to have this, Susie? Oh, in the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina for dinner, if you remember. Oh, yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? You're at pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, yeah, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. Band's very important to me. Well, it was so important you should pay more attention to it. You didn't even notice it for ages. I don't know, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take that cat flapper mat. So I put it up my sleeve. Those huge sleeves. Really? Really? And I rather forgot about it until I found myself at the Winnipeg shop later that night. I see. Midnight. I need to finish up already. Come on now. It was 8:30 when we were nearing the end. And then... bang. Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruto. Right. Mr. Naruto left the shop, I started to think the door started to play as on my mind. Storeroom door, I mean. Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. That moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flapper man to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print in the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was the first importance. It was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the people was made, the information would have been proved Mr. Naruto's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. I looked through the hole in the door. The sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. Remember the trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGriddle? Thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. Made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if someone wicked criminal is planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked as though Gina had shot Mr. Winnipeg. Yeah, that's true. Even though sure she would never have done such a thing. You're worried that the true culprit will try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized you made it easy. It'd be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone claiming to falsely have witnessed it, there would have been a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which, a people would have been very thing. Only the people I made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. So the criminal would know that and wouldn't make any difference. Yeah. But the possibility of Rat and Genius trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, this is why you kept it a secret, Susie. Never mentioned it that you made a peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time it was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruto was completely backed into a corner and no other possible means of escape, I had to go feed the treats to the kid. Truth from my people could save him. That was my plan. Sure, he does think of everything. But then, why did you just tell me everything before the trial began? Yeah, my dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have been rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen knowingly to tamper with the crime scene. So Mrs. Addo decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Mrs. Strahd's. Mrs. Addo. The truth is, when it happened, did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. Sorry that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, it's the moment I lost the right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did is incomparable to what he did. Graydon was the one who lied about the witness stand, using the people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people against consistency hadn't existed, I'm not sure how she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Addo, what you did saved Gina's life. Yes, it did. Well, your kind words, Mr. Naruto. You saved me too from my regrets. Well, you must be thankful Mrs. Strahd's freedom has been assured. Yeah, exactly. Although some of the loose ends of the trial will continue to play on my mind, sure. But the revelation of the music box is contained in the secret messages, Mr. Naruto. What a triumphant work it worked out. It's full of admiration. Well, actually, the argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it was? There was a communications officer among the jury, you see? A telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds of the disc were meaningless tones. Or maybe it was encrypted. As one would expect, after all. We're talking about the secret... After all, we're talking about secret communication. No doubt they were written in cipher, to avoid being really understood by anyone who should be intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never hope to understand the message anyways. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero pipe bomb. I assure you. Hey. So... G... What? Soggy. Oh, that can't be a word, can it? How funny. Wait. Aries, what did you say? Oh, I said, soggy. Does it mean something to you? Means something. Soggy was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How'd you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down in the trial during the trial before, when the message was playing in the music box. She's described on the fly. She really is a genius. Well, the message probably wouldn't be written out in the plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make sense. This is in English, at least. In English, at least. Oh. Then it suddenly occurred to me. See? There's more than one Morse code, not just English variant. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use in their own languages. I don't believe you're saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Asagi? Yeah, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Alright, will you let me see that? Mr. Zato, what do you know Japanese Morse code? Yeah, I spent some time studying it. But I'm quite sure that Morse code will become ever more important in international communications. They might recommend, dear madam, you focus on your efforts in English version. Like, English is the international flight language. People that way. Iris, show me that message, please. Of course! But what could this possibly mean? Whatever is that long sequence supposed to be in his dots and dashes made a colorful drain on Susato's face. The color drain. There's no doubt this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? First is Kei Asagi. Kazuma Asagi. Why is his name on that list? Disc. Second is A Shin. Asian. Asian. Third is T. Gregson. Gregson. Ah, and would appear that Bias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. That's his name on secret government communications as well. And the last name is me. What's the matter, Mrs. Zato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is this, Susie? Come on, don't keep this as a suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names it reads, if translated from Japanese, that is all 4. That's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those lists contain Japanese Morse code? That makes a strange list of disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and Empire Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan then. Well, Susie and Runo come from. Oh, well. Tell her the fucking truth already. No, that's not very likely, really, is it? You know, there are thousands of people with the surname of Wilson. Must be a lot of J's among them. Tell her the fucking truth. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yuma University. Can't tell Iris that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of the Winneback murder today, I feel like we've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave we shouldn't go wandering inside. This is the plot for the second game. The overall plot, I guess. Time to go. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on the steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? I wish you safe passage, Mr. Zato. Thank you so much. Wish you the very best. Mrs. Zato, I hope you have always have you aside to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Bakersville. I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. I promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. And that's this Bria when I was dragging out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. I remember slightly you threw me halfway across the cabin with his auto takedown. You know what I'm talking about after that? Huh? Strange, but being thrown together being so a case, somehow felt straight away. You're the perfect person to continue Cosmo-Stun's great legacy. Mrs. Otto. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure of that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. We're gonna find out what's in that fucking telegram. And there's the cutscene. Now we're officially at the end.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
Trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
This volume feels much lower for this cutscene. And dunk. Not over yet. Ah, yes. Ah, yeah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, Mr. Sholmes. As a matter, awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. So, your fault. Huh? It's caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains have to wait at the stations. Really, we should never have made it to Denver at the time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? What? Huh? The formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But don't worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Otto, you'll be defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 Alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify.
He really didn't look like the sort of man who did something that's so outrageous. See? With what money? He has no fucking money. Mr. Sholmes. Yeah? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, anywhere you like. Split it out, my dear fellow. One word. Oh, yes, I believe in those words. Love those words. And I know just the one he'll use here. Then I really must say...
Objection.
all his action poses. Sholmes. The following week's hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street all across Europe. Yep, something was afoot. Though it transpired, I ordered them all myself. Advertised them for sale used by Mr. Sholmes to resolve important case. And the money I earned consulting detective work pays a pittance in comparison. Hey, his machine's back. I haven't slept a wink. Manuscript is due tomorrow now. But when I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and a insipid coffee. Leave Miss Susie her lovely Japanese breakfast. Right, this guy. Witness! Testimony! With riddle contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do such cowboy boys hide under rare stakes in themselves. Well, I said Colin knows his father is an innocent man, or are you calling us my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Japanese judge. Having delivered a Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I'll lay low on steamship for a while. Last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. Done nothing wrong! All I did was give while he was bring refuge in my pocket. Bringing a kitten on board, and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. I have one kitten? Only one? Scientific investigations will be the gold standard for, you say, dream a world governed by tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, where hundreds of parts are meshed together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have about 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Thanks for asking. I'm all in it again. Let's say those one lines though now. Get over standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose. For an amateur. Go, 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 go. Her ladyship puts me to shame. That's most of the important characters. In a second. Visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Let's say, battling with those bally stairs has done wonders when my dick is out. Managing very well, housework too. This maid's business taped up, I say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. William is back on the beat again. Donald takes to that Reaper.
There's nothing I enjoy these days than hunting on a small change in the gutter. I'm better Bobby now, looking for Londoners. They're dropping their pennies. And my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. I remember his voice. That tired, poor fool. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. This comes every day for a netter, so it ain't too boring. So what's going on about them cases of Sholmes is looking into? Good investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Certainly gonna be a better criminal. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. Regrets? Please. Give over, bro. Ain't the ash we need to know. Then we get a plane to come back in a Milton and slow milk run again, right? You must get what's it's milk in the neighborhood of all it's worth. That's what their brother is. This past 6 months have been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. Kinda realize what life's all about. A mortal sign, I promise. Your system will return to you one day. But for now, leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that your life will treat you well. Shintaro Kojima. We're gonna finally read what that telegram says. And now the trophy should pop. Final case. Unless there's an epic log. Still more. Ah, yes, the voice actors. Kazuma, narrator. Van Zeeks, Iris. All the interesting people we've met. The baby. Sound. That English bitch. Her father. Oh, we could pause this. The sailors. Yep, that's as far as he went, the ship. All thanks to her. Her and her cat. Kazuma's sword. His soul. 12:30 a.m. Bailiffs and Lord Strongheart. The omnibus. And McGriddle. And of course, Herlock and Iris. The Garlebs. Inspector Gregson. Ah, yes, he comes and joins us. Our Japanese friend. Iris. Now she's going to join us. Cutesy pose. She's going to follow behind her, right? Yep, there they go. It's kind of a high-class looking outfit that she has, isn't it? Van Zeeks. And the three of them. Gina, now is she gonna follow us? Psh, she's loading the damn fucking smoke launcher. Oh, she becomes part of my legal team. Capcom. I don't care. Course corrections. Fiend. Fleeting Farewell. Episode 5. 38% of trophies. How many have made it this far? 31%. Ah, my battery's still going. Dun, 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 dun. Case 5 done finally. Two with six next. Monday after Overwatch. As usual. There you go. 3 screenshots. Said 2. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, thank you all for coming in, hanging out, lurking. Hope you have a good night. Alright. It's almost 1 a.m. and I want to fucking eat, but I'm definitely not going to eat this Whopper. I might eat my... I think I'll eat the leftover McDonald's before it gets older. Alright, don't forget to check out my socials. You'll stay updated on stream changes and read the random stuff I post. Let's see if there's anyone we can raid at this point. If I were... Oh, Dark Kitten's on, so